Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into the most private, the most guarded, the most powerful moments in Tudor history. The moment when a king wakes up. Because you see, in the royal court of Henry VIII, getting dressed wasn't just about putting on clothes. It was a ceremony, a ritual, a battlefield of power, secrets, and survival. And the men who controlled those moments, well, they controlled England itself. So take a breath, settle in, and let me show you what really happened when the sun rose over Hampton Court Palace 500 years ago. Now, before we step into that royal bedchamber together, I want to ask you something. If this story intrigues you, if you're curious about the hidden rituals of history, would you take just a moment to subscribe to this channel? Hit that like button if you enjoy what we're exploring here. And hey, drop a comment below. Tell me where you're watching from, or what fascinates you most about Tudor England. I genuinely love hearing from you. Whether you're in New York or London, Sydney or Tokyo, we're all gathered here tonight. Lights dimmed, maybe a fan humming softly in the background, ready to discover something extraordinary together. So let's begin. Picture this. It's somewhere around 7 in the morning at Hampton Court Palace in the year 1530. The palace is still half asleep. Outside, the morning mist clings to the formal gardens. Inside, the vast courtyards are quiet, except for the shuffle of servants' feet and the distant clatter of the kitchens preparing breakfast for 600 people. But deep inside the palace, beyond the public chambers, beyond the great watching rooms, beyond the locked doors guarded by yeomen, there's a room, the pallet room. And in that room, behind velvet curtains thick enough to block out the world, King Henry VIII is sleeping. Now here's what you need to understand. The king doesn't just wake up. He doesn't stretch, yawn, and wander to the bathroom like you or me. No, the waking of a monarch is a sacred performance, a choreographed dance of power. Because in Tudor England, every single moment of the king's day, every breath, every movement, every inch of his body belongs to the throne, and whoever controls access to that body controls the kingdom. So who gets to wake the king? Who gets to be the first face he sees? The first voice he hears? It's not his wife. It's not even his closest advisors. It's a very select group of men, the gentlemen of the Privy Chamber. And at the top of that pyramid, the most powerful man in the room, the man who will touch the king's very skin, is the groom of the stool. Now I know what you're thinking. Groom of the stool? That sounds like a bathroom attendant. And you're not entirely wrong. But here's the thing that will blow your mind. This bathroom attendant was one of the most feared, most influential, most wealthy men in all of England. Let me tell you why. The groom of the stool didn't just help the king use the toilet, though yes, that was technically part of the job. He was the keeper of the king's most intimate secrets. He dressed him, undressed him, monitored his health by examining his bowel movements. He controlled who could enter the king's private chambers. He managed the privy purse, the king's personal treasury. He knew every affair, every fear, every whispered conversation that happened in those sacred rooms. And because he was always there, always listening, always present in the king's most vulnerable moments, he became irreplaceable. Think about it. If you wanted to petition the king, you went through the groom of the stool. If you wanted to whisper in the king's ear about a rival, you needed the groom's favour. If you wanted to survive at court, you did not make an enemy of this man. Sir William Compton was the first groom of the stool under Henry VIII. He held the position for 17 years. 17 years of being closer to the king than anyone else on earth. He became obscenely wealthy. He arranged the king's romantic trysts at his own London townhouse on Thames Street. He was appointed Chancellor of Ireland, Sheriff of Worcestershire, Sheriff of Somerset and Dorset, all because he had the king's ear at 7 o'clock in the morning every single morning. But here's where it gets darker. In 1526, Sir William died of sweating sickness, one of those terrifying Tudor plagues that could kill you in hours, and the man who replaced him, Sir Henry Norris, handsome, cultured, articulate, a gentleman from Berkshire who had grown up in royal service. Henry Norris became the king's best friend, his confidant, the man who knew every secret. But 10 years later, in 1536, Henry Norris was dead, beheaded on Tower Hill. His crime? Allegedly committing adultery with Queen Anne Boleyn. Now, most historians will tell you the charges were completely fabricated, a political hit job orchestrated by Thomas Cromwell to destroy Anne's faction at court. But here's the chilling part. Norris was executed because he was too powerful. He stood in the way of Cromwell's ambitions. And when you're the man who dresses the king, who knows his secrets, who controls access to his very bedchamber, you're either untouchable or you're a threat. On May Day, 1536, Henry and his court were enjoying a joust at Greenwich. Suddenly a note was handed to the king. Henry's face changed. He stood up abruptly, abandoned his wife Anne, and demanded that Henry Norris ride with him to Westminster immediately. Can you imagine that ride? The king interrogating his closest friend the entire journey, Norris protesting his innocence, the king offering to spare him if he just confessed. But Norris refused. He would not lie, even to save his life. 2 weeks later, he was dead. So let's go back to that moment at 7 in the morning. The yeomen of the guard are changing shifts outside the presence chamber. The ushers take their places at the door to the Privy Chamber, ready to challenge anyone who tries to enter. Inside, the king is stirring. Around 8 o'clock the ritual begins. First, an esquire of the body enters the pallet room. This is a position of incredible trust. The esquire's job is to array and dress the king in his underclothes. Clean linen, freshly washed and strewn with herbs by the king's laundress, Mrs. Harris, is brought from a chest in the bedchamber. The dirty linen goes into another chest. Everything is precise, controlled. Meanwhile, a yeoman of the wardrobe stands outside the Privy Chamber door with the king's freshly brushed outer clothes. He hands them to a groom or page, who then passes them to the gentleman of the Privy Chamber waiting inside. Layer by layer, garment by garment, the king is assembled. But here's what's fascinating. The king emerges from his bedchamber loosely dressed. He's not fully clothed yet. Why? Because the gentlemen of the Privy Chamber have the privilege, the sacred privilege, of completing his robing, of fastening buttons, tying ribbons, adjusting sleeves. These men, and only these men, are allowed to touch the royal person. And here's the key. This isn't just about getting dressed. This is about power. This is about access. Because once the king is fully dressed, once he comes forth from his Privy Chamber, he's immediately swarmed by hundreds of courtiers and petitioners waiting outside, all desperate for his attention. But in those quiet morning moments, behind closed doors, it's just the king and his intimate servants, and those are the moments where kingdoms are made or broken. Think about the trust required here. These men see the king at his most vulnerable. They know if he's sick, if he's constipated, which Henry often was thanks to a diet heavy on meat and light on vegetables. They know his moods, his secrets, his fears. The Ordinances of Eltham, the rulebook for court life, specifically states that these servants must be loving together and of good unity and accord. And crucially, they were forbidden from talking about what happened in the chamber. The penalty? Disgrace, exile, or worse. Now let's talk about Elizabeth I, because when she took the throne in 1558, everything changed. You couldn't have men attending a queen, especially an unmarried queen, in such intimate circumstances. So the position of groom of the stool was abolished and replaced with the chief gentlewoman of the Privy Chamber. The first to hold the position was Cat Ashley, Elizabeth's beloved governess. The rituals remained, but the dynamics shifted. Women now controlled access to the Queen. Women dressed her. Women knew her secrets. But whether it was Henry or Elizabeth, the principle remained the same. Whoever controlled the morning ritual controlled the day, because that's when alliances were forged, when favours were granted, when whispers became policy. Here's something that will give you chills. 200 years later, King Louis XIV of France would take this concept and turn it into the ultimate spectacle. He created the levee, an elaborate public ceremony where hundreds of nobles would watch him wake up, get dressed and prepare for the day. It became theatre. But the Tudors, they understood something deeper. They kept it secret, private. Because true power doesn't need an audience, it just needs proximity. So when you think about getting dressed in the morning, remember this. For the Tudors, it was never just about clothes. It was about control, loyalty, survival. The man who handed the king his shirt had more power than most dukes. The woman who pinned the queen's sleeves could whisper a word that changed history. And as we'll discover in the next part of our journey, the layers they wore, the smocks, the farthingales, the endless garments, each one carried meaning, symbolism, messages written in fabric and embroidery that everyone at court could read. But for now, just remember this. Monarchy begins before dawn, in the silence, in the shadows, in the hands of the few who are trusted to touch divinity itself. The king is awake, the ritual has begun, and nothing, absolutely nothing, will ever be the same. Let's continue this journey together and discover what happens next when these first garments touch royal skin. Now close your eyes for just a second and imagine this with me. You're standing in Catherine of Aragon's bedchamber in 1510. She's just woken up. The morning light filters through the windows, and before anything else happens, before the gown, before the jewels, before the crown, there's one garment that matters more than all the others combined. The smock. That simple piece of white linen that touches the queen's skin. Because here's something that will surprise you. In Tudor England, your soul was judged by your underwear. I know that sounds strange, doesn't it? But stay with me. Because what I'm about to tell you changes everything you thought you knew about Tudor hygiene, about social status, about power itself. Let's start with a fact that will shock most people. The Tudors? They were actually quite clean. I can almost hear you thinking, wait, what? Didn't they never bathe? Well, that's the myth. The reality is far more fascinating. And it all begins with that linen smock. Every single person in Tudor England, from the king to the kitchen maid, wore a layer of linen directly against their skin. For women, it was called a smock, a shift, or a chemise. For men, it was a shirt. And here's the genius part. They changed it. Daily. Sometimes multiple times a day if you were wealthy. Because the Tudors understood something we've forgotten in our modern obsession with soap and water. They knew that clean clothes could keep you cleaner than 100 baths. Think about it. Linen is naturally antimicrobial. It breathes. It absorbs sweat like a sponge. And when you change it daily, when you wash it regularly, you're essentially giving your entire body a fresh start. The renowned historian Ruth Goodman actually tested this. She followed the Tudor hygiene regime for 3 months in modern society. No showers, no baths, just daily linen changes and a good rub down with a cloth. And you know what happened? Nobody noticed. Not one person complained about a smell. She didn't pong, as the Tudors might say. But here's where it gets really interesting. The whiteness of your linen I mean the absolute brilliant whiteness. That was your social ranking made visible. A book from 1534 by Richard Jones called Heptameron of Civil Discourses straight up says that a woman who doesn't wear clean linen shall neither be praised of strangers nor delight her husband. Can you imagine? Your marriage depended on your laundry. The wealthier you were, the whiter your linen, because getting linen that white, that took work and money and a secret ingredient that, well, let's just say you wouldn't want to know what they used for bleach. Actually, you probably should know. They used human urine mixed with lye. They'd pour it through the fabric in a process called bucking, let it dry in the sun, and repeat. Again and again until that linen gleamed like snow. Henry VIII's laundress, a woman named Anne Harris, was paid £10 a year, a genuinely good salary, to keep the royal linens pristine. But here's the catch. She had to provide her own soap. That black jelly-like soap made from boiling fat with lye. It was a huge industry in Tudor England, because everyone cared about clean linen. But let me take you deeper into this, into the real secret hiding in plain sight on that white fabric. See those delicate black threads embroidered around the collar? Those geometric patterns creeping up the cuffs? That's not just decoration. That's a language, a code, a message being broadcast to everyone at court who knows how to read it. Catherine of Aragon brought this embroidery technique to England when she arrived in 1501, just 16 years old, to marry Prince Arthur. It came from Spain, from the Moorish designs that covered the palace walls where she grew up, the Alhambra in Granada with its infinite geometric patterns. In England they called it Spanish work. Later, after Henry divorced Catherine, they renamed it black work, as if they could erase her influence by changing the name. But here's what they couldn't erase: the meaning. Each pattern carried symbolism. Pomegranates meant chastity, Catherine's personal symbol. Roses meant love. Oak leaves meant loyalty. Acorns meant strength. These weren't random pretty pictures. They were declarations, promises, warnings, and the hours it took. Oh, you want to know something that will make you appreciate these women differently? It took approximately 1 hour to embroider just half a centimetre of black work. 1 hour for half a centimetre. Can you imagine the patience, the dedication? Some of these smocks had patterns running the entire length of the sleeves, around the neck, down the hem. We're talking hundreds of hours of work for underwear. But that's exactly the point, because only the edges showed, just the collar peeking above the gown, just the cuffs emerging from the sleeves. So you had to make those visible inches absolutely perfect, absolutely meaningful. Every stitch counted. Catherine herself embroidered Henry VIII's shirts, even after he'd broken her heart, even after he'd cast her aside for Anne Boleyn, even during their separation. She still stitched his linen with her own hands. Imagine that. Sitting in exile, her fingers working those black silk threads into white linen, creating geometric perfection while her world crumbled around her. Some say it was devotion, some say it was defiance. I think it was both. Here's something else that's almost unbelievable. The stitch they used, called the Holbein stitch or double running stitch, was completely reversible. The front of the fabric looked identical to the back. Not similar, identical. Why does this matter? Because on those collars and cuffs that everyone could see, both sides were visible. When you gestured, when you moved, when you lifted a cup to your lips, people could see inside your cuff. And if the back was messy, if it showed sloppy work, you were exposed as someone with either poor skills or, worse, someone trying to fake wealth they didn't have. The poet Geoffrey Chaucer, writing back in the 1300s in the Canterbury Tales, described a woman's collar as being embroidered at the collar all about with coal-black silk, alike within and out. Even then, people understood. True quality shows on both sides. Now, after Henry divorced Catherine in 1533, something interesting happened. Parliament actually passed a law in 1553 forbidding anyone below the rank of knight from wearing shirts garnished with silk, gold, or silver. They were trying to control who could display this embroidery. Because by then, it had become so popular that commoners were doing it too, and the nobility, they couldn't have that. They needed visual markers of their superiority. But here's the beautiful irony. Blackwork became known as poor man's lace, because real lace, the kind imported from Europe, that was impossibly expensive and heavily taxed. So women of the middling sort, the ones with skill but not fortunes, they created these elaborate geometric patterns that looked like lace from a distance. It gave them dignity, status, a way to show they had refinement even if they didn't have wealth. Let me tell you about the tragedy of these pieces today. Almost none survive. You know why? The black dye they used contained iron, and over the centuries that iron oxidized, corroded, and ate through the silk thread. The embroidery literally destroyed itself. It's heartbreaking. Hundreds of hours of work, centuries of history, just disintegrating. Interestingly, Spanish blackwork tends to survive better because their black dye contained less iron. Even in death, Catherine's Spanish heritage proved superior. But let's come back to that smock, that shift, that first layer. Because beyond the embroidery, beyond the status, there was a deeply held belief. The Tudors believed in something called miasma theory. They thought disease travelled through bad air, through foul odours. And they believed these toxic vapours could enter your body through your pores. So keeping your pores closed, keeping the air around you sweet-smelling, keeping your skin protected, this wasn't vanity. This was survival. Thomas Moulton, a Tudor physician, literally wrote, "Use no baths or stove, nor sweat too much, for all openeth the pores of a man's body, and maketh the venomous air to enter, and for to infect the blood. Full baths, dangerous. They opened your pores, but clean linen, safe, protective, life-saving. So every morning you'd rub yourself down vigorously with a rough linen cloth. The book The Castell of Health from 1534 recommends rubbing first softly and easily, and after that increase more and more to a hard and swift rubbing, until the flesh do swell, and to be somewhat ruddy. The idea was that this vigorous rubbing would draw toxins out through your pores, and the linen cloth would carry them away. Modern? No. But effective? Actually, yes. It works surprisingly well. And before you judge them too harshly, remember this. Henry VIII had bathrooms with hot and cold running water at Hampton Court, Windsor, and Whitehall. Edward III before him had bronze taps installed at Westminster. These weren't people who didn't understand bathing. They chose their methods based on what they believed kept them healthy, and given that the ones who followed these practices, the ones who changed their linen daily, who washed regularly, who kept themselves neat and sweet, they were the ones who survived. Can I ask you something? When you put on a fresh shirt in the morning, do you ever think about the history you're repeating? That moment of transformation when clean fabric touches your skin. The Tudors felt that too. Except for them, it meant something deeper. It meant they were protecting their immortal soul through their mortal body. Because remember, in their world, cleanliness wasn't just next to godliness. It was literally how you kept evil spirits from entering through your skin. So when you see those Tudor portraits, Jane Seymour, Anne Boleyn, Henry VIII himself, look closely at those collars. See that delicate edge of white peeking out. sometimes decorated with those intricate black patterns. You're not just looking at underwear. You're looking at armor, at status, at love, devotion, defiance, all stitched into linen and silk. Every morning in the Tudor court, before the ceremonies, before the power plays, before the day's dramas unfolded, there was this quiet moment. The moment when clean linen touched royal skin. When a queen's fingers traced the blackwork pattern she had embroidered herself. When the whiteness of that fabric declared to the world, I am worthy, I am clean, I am powerful. And that, my friends, is just the beginning, because we've only talked about the first layer, the foundation, but above that smock, above that simple linen, Tudor courtiers built an architectural marvel of fabric and structure. And the next layer? Well, that's where things get truly revolutionary. So there it is. The smock, the shift, that pristine layer of white linen declaring to the world that you're not just clean, you're civilized. Your soul, quite literally, is on display through your undergarments. But now we need to talk about what comes next. And trust me, this is where Tudor fashion goes from practical to absolutely revolutionary. Because the next layer, it's not about cleanliness or spiritual purity. It's about completely rewriting the laws of physics. It's about turning the female body into architecture. And it all began with one Spanish princess who refused to let England dictate her silhouette. Here's what I need you to picture. It's 1501. Catherine of Aragon steps off the boat at Plymouth. She's 16 years old, thousands of miles from home, about to meet her future husband, Prince Arthur. And under her Spanish gowns, she's wearing something the English have never seen before. Something that will, within a generation, transform every woman at court into a walking geometric miracle. The Spanish farthingale. Now I know what you're thinking. Farthingale? That sounds like some kind of medieval torture device. And honestly, when the English first saw it, they thought the same thing. Because here's what it looked like. A cone-shaped structure made from hoops of reed, cane, or even whalebone covered in fabric, tied around the waist. It made Catherine's skirt stand out in a perfect rigid bell shape. No movement, no natural drape, just geometry. The English court was horrified and fascinated and deeply, deeply confused. See, English women at the time wore their skirts loose and flowing. Natural. The fabric hung from the hips in soft folds, moving when they moved, swaying when they walked. It was human. But Catherine's skirts, they didn't move, they didn't sway. They stood there like architecture, like she was wearing a building. A Spanish visitor to England in 1554 wrote, and this is a direct quote, that English women's dress makes them look like sacks, while ours give them the shape they ought to have. Can you imagine? Sacks. But here's the thing, he wasn't entirely wrong, because what the farthingale did, what it really did, was give women control over their own shape. For the first time in history, a woman's silhouette wasn't dictated by her body. It was dictated by her engineering skills. Let me explain the brilliance of this. Without a farthingale, your skirts cling to your legs when you walk. They reveal the shape of your hips, your thighs, even your stride. But with a farthingale, nothing. Your legs are completely hidden. You could be running underneath there, or standing still, and no one would know. In a society obsessed with female modesty, where showing your ankle could cause a scandal, the farthingale was actually freedom. And the construction. Oh, you want to know something that will blow your mind? These things were masterpieces of Renaissance engineering. The Spanish version, the one Catherine brought, used 8 to 10 hoops of Spanish reed, each hoop slightly larger than the one above it, creating that perfect cone shape. They were sewn into channels in a heavy canvas petticoat. The whole thing weighed about 3 to 5 pounds. Not heavy at all, really. But it fundamentally changed how you moved. Because here's what nobody tells you. Wearing a farthingale doesn't restrict your movement. It changes it. You learn to turn differently, to sit differently. Actually, you can't really sit. You kind of perch on the edge of chairs with your skirts billowing around you like a fabric fountain. Walking upstairs becomes a calculated maneuver. Walking through doorways, you have to turn sideways because you're now 3 feet wide at the hips. But by the 1530s, something interesting happened. The English women who'd initially mocked the farthingale were now desperate to wear one. Why? Because Henry VIII's first wife wore one, and whatever the Queen wore, the court wore. It was that simple. Fashion as power, fashion as political statement. Then in 1533, Henry married Anne Boleyn, and Anne was French-educated, French-influenced, and she brought her own ideas about the ideal silhouette. She preferred the French farthingale, a slightly different beast. Instead of a smooth cone, the French version created a shelf at the hips. Imagine a tabletop attached to your waist. Your skirts would fall straight down from this shelf, creating a drum shape. It was less elegant than the Spanish version, but here's why it mattered. It made your waist look impossibly tiny. Think about the visual mathematics here. If your hips extend 3 feet in either direction, held rigid by hoops, and your waist is cinched to maybe 15 inches, what happens? You look like you've been carved from marble. Like you're not quite human. Like you're a statue that's learned to walk. Elizabeth then, when she took the throne in 1558, took this concept and pushed it to absolutely insane levels. Her farthingales grew wider and wider. We have records of court ladies' farthingales measuring over 4 feet in diameter. 4 feet! You couldn't fit 2 women through a normal doorway at the same time. Hampton Court Palace actually had to widen some of its doorways to accommodate these mobile battlements of fabric. But here's what's genius about the whole thing, and this is something modern people completely miss. The farthingale wasn't just about the skirt. It was about what the skirt did for you. Remember that bum roll I mentioned? That secret cushion tied around the hips? The farthingale made the bum roll obsolete, because now your skirts were held up by architecture, not padding. And this created something revolutionary. Airspace. Between your body and your skirts, there was now a gap of several inches. In summer, this was cooling. Air could circulate. In winter, you could wear multiple layers underneath without looking bulky. One account from 1577 mentions that ladies would hide their lapdogs under their skirts during church services to keep their legs warm. Can you imagine? You're at Sunday service, the priest is droning on, and under your architecturally perfect skirts there's a spaniel curled up on your lap. Some women took it further. They'd hide books, letters, even small meals under there. The Spanish ambassador to Elizabeth's court once reported, probably with some alarm, that English ladies were using their farthingales as portable storage. There's a documented case of a lady-in-waiting hiding an entire roasted chicken under her skirts to smuggle it out of a feast. Did she succeed? History doesn't say. But I like to think she did. Now let's talk about the busk. Because this is where the farthingale becomes genuinely romantic. The busk was a long, flat piece of wood, whalebone or ivory that slid into a pocket sewn into the front of your corset or bodice. It kept your torso completely straight from chest to hips. No slouching, no bending. But here's the beautiful part. Men would give carved busks to their sweethearts as love tokens. These weren't just sticks of wood. They were works of art, carved with love poems, initials, dates, sometimes even erotic imagery if the giver was feeling bold. A woman would wear her lover's busk against her body, hidden from view but always present. And when she danced, particularly the volta, that scandalous dance where the man lifts the woman by placing his hand on her busk. Everyone knew, everyone could see whose busk she wore, whose hands had carved those patterns. The Victoria and Albert Museum has one of these busks on display. It's carved from ivory, dated 1580, and the inscription reads, "The gift is small, the love is all." Can you imagine the intimacy of that? This piece of ivory, carved by a man's hands, worn against a woman's body, keeping her upright through every dance, every meal, every moment of her day. It's almost unbearably romantic. But the farthingale wasn't all romance and hidden dogs. It was expensive, hideously expensive. The reeds had to be imported from Spain. If you wanted whalebone hoops, which were more flexible and longer lasting, you paid a fortune. A single whalebone farthingale could cost as much as a labourer's annual wages, and they needed replacing. The reeds would snap, the whalebone would crack, the canvas would wear through. The sumptuary laws of 1597, those legal documents that controlled who could wear what, specifically mentioned farthingales. They tried to limit their size, their expense, their very existence. Parliament was genuinely concerned that women were spending their family fortunes on these elaborate understructures. One member of Parliament literally complained that farthingales were consuming the wealth of England in vanity. Did it work? Did the laws stop women from wearing ever larger farthingales? What do you think? Of course not. Elizabeth herself ignored the laws she'd signed. Her farthingales grew so wide that courtiers developed a special walk, the Elizabeth glide, and to navigate around her without bumping into her skirts. Getting too close to the Queen's farthingale was both a physical impossibility and a social disaster. And here's something that will make you laugh. The French called the English farthingale style the farthingale à l'anglaise and considered it absolutely ridiculous. They thought English women looked like they were smuggling furniture. Meanwhile, the English called the extreme French wheel farthingale ungodly and immoral because it drew too much attention to the hips. Each country convinced that their version of this architectural absurdity was superior. But perhaps my favourite detail about the farthingale is this. It democratized fashion in a weird way. Because yes, the wealthy had farthingales made from whalebone and Spanish reed. But the middling sort, the merchant wives, the gentlewomen of modest means, they made their own from whatever they could find. Willow branches, bent wood, even rope coiled into circles and sewn into petticoats. There's an account from a Puritan writer in 1583 who was absolutely scandalised that servant girls were wearing farthingales of baser sort, made from common materials, yet aping the Queen herself in shape if not in substance. Even the Puritans couldn't stop the farthingale revolution, though God knows they tried. Think about what this means. For nearly a century, from the 1500s to the early 1600s, every woman who could afford it, and many who couldn't, wore a constructed shape under her skirts. The female form became a canvas for engineering. Your natural body was irrelevant. What mattered was the silhouette you chose to create. And that choice? That was power. Because when every woman looks like a geometric ideal, when you can't tell the difference between a naturally slender woman and one who's achieved that shape through construction, then beauty becomes democratic, achievable, controllable. Catherine of Aragon probably never imagined that the undergarment she brought from Spain would transform English fashion for generations. But that Spanish farthingale, that simple cone of reeds and canvas, changed everything. It changed how women moved, how they sat, how they existed in space. It gave them a silhouette that belonged to them, not to nature. So the next time you think about Tudor women as helpless creatures imprisoned in their clothes, remember the farthingale. Remember that they chose this. They engineered it. They made their bodies into architecture and then walked through the world as living monuments to their own design. But we're not done building yet, because above that farthingale, above that revolutionary structure, we still need to create the bodice, the kirtle, the layers that will transform that architectural foundation into a human form. And that's where things get truly fascinating, because if the farthingale was about creating space, about building outward, then what comes next is about compression, control, shaping the torso into something that defied every natural curve, and you won't believe what they were willing to endure to achieve it. You know what's interesting? We've just spent all this time talking about creating space, the farthingale pushing outward, engineering air gaps, building volume, but now we need to do the exact opposite. We need to compress, contain, transform the human torso into something that would make a sculptor weep with envy. Welcome to the world of the kirtle and the pair of bodies, and before you ask, yes, that's really what they called it, a pair of bodies. Because it came in two pieces that laced together, what we'd call a corset today, the Tudors called, well, actually they had about 15 different names for it, which tells you just how obsessed they were with this particular garment. Let me start with something that's going to challenge everything you think you know about Tudor women and suffering. Ready? Here it is. They didn't hate their corsets. In fact, they loved them. They felt naked without them, incomplete. And when you understand the actual construction and purpose of these garments, you'll see why. The kirtle was essentially a structured dress worn over the smock but under the gown. Think of it as the load-bearing wall of Tudor fashion. It had a fitted bodice, often stiffened with buckram, a kind of coarse linen that became rigid when you treated it with glue or paste. The skirt of the kirtle was full, designed to go over the farthingale, and it provided the foundation for everything else you'd wear that day. But the real revolution, the pair of bodies. This was a separate garment, essentially a stiffened bodice that could be worn with different kirtles, and the technology behind it is absolutely fascinating. In the early Tudor period, around 1500 to 1530, they used what they called bents, which were just stiff grasses or reeds sewn into channels in the fabric. But by the 1540s, someone, and history doesn't record who, which is tragic, figured out that whalebone was superior in every possible way. It was flexible but strong, it could be shaped, it could be split into thin strips, and it lasted for years. The whalebone they used came from baleen, those huge filtering plates in the mouths of right whales and bowhead whales. When you boiled baleen, you could split it into strips as thin as a pencil. These strips were then sewn into narrow channels all around the bodice, radiating out from the centre front, creating a cage of bone that held the torso rigid. And here's what nobody tells you. It wasn't painful. At least, not if it was made correctly. A well-fitted pair of bodies distributed pressure evenly across the entire torso. It supported the breasts from below, lifting them, yes, but also preventing the back pain that comes from, well, from having breasts. Tudor women would have called our modern bras absolutely barbaric. You mean you just hang the entire weight from your shoulders, like a sack of grain? Madness! The Spanish ambassador to England, a man named Count de Feria, wrote in 1558 about English ladies' bodices. They are stiffened with such art that the body appears as if carved from wood, yet the ladies move with grace and report no discomfort. That last part, report no discomfort, was probably the most shocking observation to Spanish eyes, because Spanish corsetry was genuinely brutal. They used steel boning, actual metal. The English thought this was insane. But let me tell you about the real genius of the pair of bodies, the lacing system. These weren't backlacing like Victorian corsets. Most Tudor bodices laced up the front with the decorative panel called a stomacher pinned over the lacing to hide it. This meant you could dress yourself. You didn't need a servant to trap you in your underwear. You could adjust the tightness throughout the day. Feel like you ate too much at dinner? Loosen the laces a bit. Big court event coming up. Tighten them for that perfect silhouette. There's a wonderful account from 1582 by a writer named Philip Stubbs, a Puritan who hated everything fun, complaining that women wear such bodies, so straightly whipped and laced, that their breath is thereby straitened, yet they think themselves more comely. But here's the thing, he's describing tight lacing, which was a specific choice, not the standard wear. Most women wore their bodices fitted but comfortable, exactly like we wear jeans today. Sure, some people squeeze into sizes too small, but most of us just want to look good and breathe simultaneously. The waist measurement they aimed for was about the same as a modern fitted dress would require. A 2008 study of surviving Tudor garments found that most pairs of bodies were made for waists between 24 and 28 inches, completely normal measurements that didn't require any dramatic reduction of the natural waistline. The extreme tight lacing that gives corsets a bad name. That was a Victorian invention, 200 years in the future. Now let's talk about the buckram, because this is where Tudor engineering gets really creative. Buckram is essentially fabric that's been stiffened with wheat paste, hide glue, or even egg white. You'd soak linen in the paste, let it dry rock hard, then cut it into pattern pieces. When you sewed it into a garment, you had built-in structure without the expense of whalebone. The City of London records from 1535 show that buckram makers were a thriving guild. They supplied not just tailors, but also the Queen's own wardrobe, and they guarded their recipes like state secrets. Some buckram was so well made it could last 20 years. Other cheaper versions would soften in humid weather, which meant your posture would literally depend on the weather forecast. Anne Boleyn's surviving black satin bodice, yes, one of her actual garments still exists, shows buckram reinforcement along with whalebone. The Victoria and Albert Museum has it, and when you look at it up close, you can see the precision of the construction. Each whalebone channel is exactly 1 centimetre wide. The stitching is so tight that there are 20 stitches per inch. The waist measures 23 inches, and you know what? That's not particularly small. Anne was just a petite woman who wore well-fitted clothes. But here's where it gets really interesting. The pair of bodies wasn't just about appearance, it was about health. Tudor medical theory held that the body needed support, that the internal organs could shift around if not properly contained. A 1544 medical treatise by Andrew Boord literally states that women should wear bodies of purpose to keep the stomach warm, lest the coldness of the stomach do generate diseases. They believed the bodice compressed the stomach and prevented overeating. They thought it supported the back and prevented the humours from settling in the lower body. Modern doctors would laugh at the theory, but you know what? The outcome was sometimes correct. A well-fitted bodice does provide back support. It does improve posture. It does make you more aware of your breathing and therefore more likely to take deep, healthy breaths rather than shallow ones. One thing that will surprise you: pregnancy. Tudor women wore looser bodices during pregnancy. Yes, but they still wore them. There are surviving pregnancy bodies with expanding laces at the sides. The idea was to provide support for the changing body, not to hide the pregnancy. By the 3rd trimester, many women switched to a different style called French bodies that lace completely open at the front, allowing for maximum expansion while still providing structure. And here's something that's almost funny. Men wore them too. Henry VIII absolutely wore a pair of bodies under his doublet, especially as he got older and heavier. There are wardrobe accounts showing purchases of bodies for the King's Grace, with extra whalebone in the back for support. His son Edward VI wore them from childhood. It was considered essential for maintaining proper posture in a future king. The cost of these garments varied wildly. A basic pair of bodies with reed stiffening might cost 2 shillings, about a week's wages for a servant. But a whalebone set with silk lining and hand-stitched channels, that could run you £5, roughly 6 months' salary for that same servant. Elizabeth Thurn's wardrobe accounts show she ordered new bodies 4 to 6 times a year, at costs ranging from £3 to £20 each, depending on the materials and decoration. Let me tell you about the most expensive pair of bodies ever recorded in Tudor England. In 1559, Elizabeth Thurn commissioned a set made from white satin, lined with silk taffeta, with 24 whalebone strips, hand-stitched silk eyelets for the lacing, and, here's the wild part, they were embroidered on the outside with her personal symbols in gold thread. Because yes, sometimes the bodice was the outer garment, worn visible over a petticoat with no gown on top, especially in summer or in formal settings. The bill for that single garment, £37, 8 shillings. To put that in perspective, that's more than most merchants earned in an entire year. The embroidery alone took 3 women 4 months to complete, and Elizabeth wore it exactly twice before deciding the waist wasn't quite the right shape and having it completely reconstructed. But most women didn't have that luxury. Most women had perhaps 2 pairs of bodies, one for every day, one for special occasions. They'd wear them until the whalebone cracked, or the fabric wore through at the stress points. Then they'd carefully unpick the bones, buy new fabric, and reconstruct the garment. There are account books from merchant families showing the same set of whalebone being transferred through 3 generations of women, grandmother to mother to daughter, the bones outlasting the women who wore them. The kirtle that went with the bodice had its own set of fascinating details. The skirt portion attached to the bodice either by being sewn in permanently or by using points. These were basically ribbons with metal tips called aglets. You'd thread the points through eyelets in both the bodice and the skirt, then tie them in bows. This meant you could mix and match one bodice with multiple skirts, or vice versa. And the colours. Oh, you need to hear about the colours, because the kirtle was usually partially visible under the gown, through slashes in the sleeves, at the neckline, sometimes the entire skirt if the gown was worn open in front. So the colour combinations were deliberate messages. Red kirtle under a black gown. That was Catherine of Aragon's signature look. The colours of Spain. Green kirtle under purple. That was considered particularly elegant because green was difficult to dye, and purple was restricted to royalty. White kirtle under anything? That suggested virtue and purity. Yellow kirtle? Well, that was complicated. Yellow could mean joy and celebration, or it could mean jealousy and betrayal. Anne Boleyn wore yellow the day Catherine of Aragon died, and people are still arguing about what she meant by it. The kirtle skirt had to be perfectly calculated for length. Too short, and it wouldn't cover the farthingale properly, leaving your understructure visible. A humiliating fashion disaster. Too long, and it would drag on the ground under the weight of the gown. The ideal was to have the kirtle hem fall exactly 1 inch above the floor, creating a perfect layered effect with the gown's train. Some kirtles had decorative hems designed to be seen. These would be embroidered, trimmed with braid, or even set with small pearls or glass beads. When you walked and your gown swayed, you'd get these tantalizing glimpses of the kirtle beneath, a flash of gold embroidery, a sparkle of beads. It was like visual seasoning, little moments of luxury that kept the eye entertained. Now, let's address something important. Could you actually move in all this? The modern assumption is always that Tudor women were imprisoned, suffocated, barely able to breathe. But the evidence says otherwise. These women danced for hours. They rode horses, side saddle, yes, but they rode hard and fast. They hunted. They played early versions of tennis and other court games. Elizabeth was famous for her morning walks covering several miles before breakfast. None of this would be possible if the clothes were genuinely restrictive. What the bodice and kirtle actually did was change how you moved. You couldn't slouch. The whalebone wouldn't allow it. You couldn't twist at the waist easily. You had to turn your whole upper body. Bending over was accomplished by a graceful dip at the knees, keeping the back straight. This probably looked incredibly elegant, almost like every movement was choreographed. Because in a way, it was. There's a dance manual from 1588 by Toineau Arbeau that specifically mentions how ladies must learn to dance within the compass of their garments. The steps were adjusted for the restricted movement. The turns were wider. The bows were carefully calculated not to tip the balance of the farthingale. It was dancing as architecture, movement as engineering. And here's what I find most touching. Mothers teaching daughters how to wear these garments properly, how to lace the bodies tight enough to support but not so tight you couldn't breathe, how to adjust the kirtle so the hem sat perfectly, how to move gracefully despite the structure. This was knowledge passed down mother to daughter, mistress to maid through generations. The pair of bodies wasn't just underwear, it was an identity. It said, I am civilized. I am disciplined. I can control not just my clothing but my very flesh. In a world where women had little control over their lives, this was something they could command absolutely. Their silhouette, their shape, their presentation to the world. But we're not done dressing yet. Because over this foundation, the smock, the farthingale, the kirtle, the bodies, we still need to add layers. Protection from the cold, colour, texture. And the next piece in this architectural marvel is going to surprise you, because it's both completely practical and utterly political at the same time. The petticoat. And trust me when I say that this simple undergarment held secrets that could make or break a reputation. All right. So we've built the foundation, the smock touching skin, the farthingale creating space, the kirtle and bodies sculpting the torso into something that defies nature. You'd think we'd be done, right? You'd think that's enough layers. But no, because now we need to talk about the garment that sits between structure and spectacle. The piece that nobody sees in full but everyone knows is there, the petticoat. And I need you to forget everything you think you know about petticoats. Because the Tudor version of this garment was nothing like the frilly Victorian things that come to mind. This was strategic clothing. This was insulation, protection, and, here's where it gets interesting, this was a canvas for messages that only your most intimate companions would ever fully understand. Let me start with something that's going to sound absolutely wild. Colour mattered more for your petticoat than for almost any other garment you owned. Specifically, red. Bright, vibrant, unmistakable red. And before you assume this was about sexuality or scandal, let me tell you what it really meant. Red petticoats were believed to promote health and good fortune. The Tudors inherited this belief from medieval medicine, which held that certain colours had physical properties. Red was the colour of blood, of life force, of vitality. Wearing red next to your skin, or as close as the petticoat would get, was thought to stimulate circulation, ward off illness, and protect against the plague. During outbreak years, the demand for red fabric absolutely skyrocketed. The Fishmongers' Company records from 1563, a plague year, show that red wool sold for 3 times the normal price because everyone wanted red petticoats. Not for fashion, for survival. They genuinely believed it could save their lives. Queen Elizabeth owned dozens of red petticoats, Her wardrobe accounts from 1600 list 17 petticoats of red satin, 14 of red taffeta, and 23 of crimson velvet. That's 54 red petticoats for one woman, and this is late in her reign when she's in her 60s and knows the plague intimately. It killed thousands during her lifetime. She wasn't taking chances. But here's what's fascinating. The petticoat wasn't just a skirt. It was an entire engineered system. Let me explain how this worked, because it's genuinely clever. The petticoat had what they called upper bodies, essentially a bodice section built into the top of the petticoat itself. This bodice would lace or tie onto the pair of bodies you were already wearing, so you had support stacked on support, creating this multi-layered compression system that distributed weight and tension across the entire torso. And attached to these upper bodies, straps, actual suspender-like straps that went over the shoulders under your smock. Can you imagine? The Tudors invented suspenders for their petticoats. They understood that fabric this heavy, and we're talking about multiple yards of wool or velvet, needed to be supported from above, not just cinched at the waist. A wealthy woman's winter petticoat could weigh between 8 and 12 pounds. That's the weight of a small dog wrapped around your hips and legs. Without those shoulder straps, without that structured bodice, the whole thing would drag down and create this uncomfortable bunching at the waist. But with the system properly arranged, the weight distributed evenly, you barely felt it. Now let's talk about quilting, because this is where petticoats transform from functional to absolutely beautiful. Quilted petticoats were a major status symbol, but not in the way you'd expect. The quilting served a real purpose. It trapped air between the layers of fabric, creating insulation. It was Renaissance puffy coat technology, essentially. The quilting patterns weren't random. They followed specific geometric designs: diamonds, chevrons, running scrolls. And here's the detail that kills me. These patterns were often identical to the blackwork embroidery on the smock we talked about earlier. So you'd have visual echoes travelling through the layers of your clothing. The smock's embroidery would reference the petticoat's quilting, which would reference the stomacher's embroidery. It was fashion as symphony, with recurring themes developing through the garments. The quilting was done by hand, obviously. 2 layers of fabric with wool batting in between, and someone, usually the woman herself or a trusted servant, would sit for weeks creating these tiny, precise stitches. The stitches had to be even, had to be tight, had to create the pattern perfectly because any unevenness would show when you walked. There's a surviving quilted petticoat in the Victoria and Albert Museum from around 1610, just past the Tudor period, but the technique is identical. The quilting stitches are so small you need a magnifying glass to count them. 18 stitches per inch. The diamond pattern is so precise that every diamond is exactly the same size. Someone spent an estimated 300 hours creating this garment. 300 hours for an undergarment. But most women couldn't afford that kind of time or skill, so they developed shortcuts. Pre-quilted fabric became available from specialist workshops in London by the 1540s. You could buy fabric already quilted in standard patterns, then have it made up into a petticoat. It was more expensive than doing it yourself, but faster. The middle class loved it. Instant status without the labour. And here's where the genius of the petticoat system really shows. Seasonal variation. You didn't just own one petticoat, you owned multiple, for different temperatures and occasions. Summer petticoats were made from lightweight linen or silk taffeta, thin, unquilted, designed to create the proper silhouette without adding heat. Winter petticoats were heavy wool, deeply quilted, sometimes even lined with fur at the hem. The account books from Hardwick Hall, home to Bess of Hardwick, one of the wealthiest women in England, show she owned 37 petticoats. 37? ranging from 1 petticoat of crimson silk, unquilted for summer, to 3 petticoats of double-layered wool with rabbit fur quilted in running scroll pattern for winter. She had a whole wardrobe system based on temperature control. But wait, there's another piece to this puzzle. Something called the bum roll, and it's exactly what it sounds like. A padded roll worn around the hips under the petticoat. Remember earlier when I mentioned farthingales made bum rolls obsolete? Well, not entirely. Because once you're wearing that petticoat over the farthingale, you sometimes needed a little extra padding at the hips to get the perfect shape. The bum roll was literally a fabric tube stuffed with wool, sawdust, or even cork shavings, tied around the waist with ribbons. It created a smooth transition between the waist and the farthingale, filling in any gaps and creating that continuous curved line from waist to floor. Without it, you'd have this weird dip where the petticoat fell between your actual hips and the farthingale structure. Interestingly, bum rolls were never mentioned in polite company. We know about them because they show up in household accounts and wardrobe inventories, but no etiquette book ever mentioned them. It was too intimate, too close to discussing the actual body underneath. The polite fiction was that women naturally had that perfect curved silhouette. The bum roll was the secret that made the fiction believable. Here's something that's going to make you laugh. The bum roll created a practical problem nobody talks about: sitting down. When you sat, that padded roll would compress unevenly, creating lumps and bumps that could actually be painful. So wealthy women developed a specific sitting technique. They'd perch on the edge of chairs with most of their weight on their thighs, letting the bum roll and farthingale extend behind them. Portraits from the period show this constantly. Women sitting with this particular forward-leaning posture that looks uncomfortable until you understand the engineering underneath. Poorer women who couldn't afford bum rolls sometimes improvised. Court records from 1588 describe a servant girl who was caught stealing wool from her master's warehouse to stuff her hips with wool. She'd made her own bum roll from stolen materials. She was publicly whipped for the theft, which seems harsh until you realise that wool was genuinely expensive and she'd taken several pounds of it. Now let's talk about petticoat colour beyond red, because this is where things get politically interesting. Yellow petticoats were considered unlucky by some and fashionable by others. The divide seemed to be generational. Older women avoided yellow, younger women embraced it. Green petticoats were thought to fade easily, so wearing one suggested you either had money to replace it, or you didn't care about appearing shabby. Blue petticoats became associated with Protestant sympathies during Elizabeth's reign, though nobody would say this directly. And black petticoats? Those were complicated. Black was expensive. Black dye required multiple treatments and special mordants to prevent fading, so a black petticoat was a statement of wealth. But black was also the colour of mourning, of seriousness, of Spanish formality. When Mary I married Philip of Spain in 1554, black petticoats became fashionable among her supporters. When Elizabeth took the throne and anti-Spanish sentiment grew, those same black petticoats became politically suspect. There's a wonderful court gossip letter from 1560 where Lady Anne Cecil writes to a friend. Lady Margaret appeared in new gowns, but her petticoat was black beneath, and all wondered if she mourned her prospects or merely her purse. The implication being that she'd spent all her money on the outer gown and couldn't afford a fashionable petticoat to match. Fashion as financial surveillance. The length of the petticoat was another loaded detail. It had to be exactly right, long enough to protect the farthingale from view, short enough not to drag, but exactly right changed with fashion. In the 1530s, petticoats that showed an inch of ankle were considered modern and French-influenced. By the 1570s, showing ankle was considered provincial and outdated. By the 1590s, trains on petticoats that extended 6 inches past the gown became fashionable among the wealthy. requiring special techniques to lift them when walking. Elizabeth issued a proclamation in 1597 trying to control petticoat trains, limiting them to no more than 3 inches past the gown's own train. It was completely ignored. There's something hilarious about the Queen of England being unable to control petticoat length even in her own court. Let me tell you about petticoat pockets, because this is where the garment becomes genuinely subversive. Petticoats often had slits in the sides, and through these slits women accessed pockets, separate garments tied around the waist under the petticoat. These pockets were huge, holding everything from prayer books to money to letters to small snacks. A woman's pockets were completely private. No one could see into them without literally undressing her. This made them perfect for hiding things: love letters, Protestant texts during Mary the One's reign, Catholic texts during Elizabeth's reign, money being smuggled to imprisoned relatives, evidence of affairs. The contents of a woman's pockets could get her executed, and everyone knew it. There's a court case from 1571 where a woman named Alice Tankerville was searched after being accused of carrying treasonous documents. The official account describes how they had to partially undress her to access her pockets, and how she resisted with great violence and shame. She was eventually found to have letters from her imprisoned husband, a Catholic rebel, but also a completely unrelated love letter from someone else. Both men were executed. The pockets had doomed them all. So women became expert at pocket management. They'd carry innocuous items in easily accessible pockets and hide dangerous items in deeper, harder-to-reach ones. Some women had false-bottomed pockets with secret compartments. The technology of concealment was remarkably sophisticated, and here's a detail that brings it all together. The entire petticoat system, the quilting, the padding, the layers, the pockets, created a microclimate around the lower body. It was warmer in winter, yes, but also more humid. Women had to be careful about skin irritation, about fungal infections in the folds of all that fabric. This is why the daily linen change was so crucial. You couldn't wash the petticoats frequently. The quilting would collapse, the colours would fade, but you could change the smock that touched your skin. The petticoat stayed relatively clean because the smock acted as a barrier, absorbing sweat and oils before they could reach the expensive outer layers. It's such a clever system when you understand it fully. Every layer had a purpose. Every piece protected the piece outside it. The smock protected the bodies, which protected the kirtle, which protected the petticoat, which protected the gown, and the woman inside was protected by all of it, from cold, from judgment, from exposure. But we're still not fully dressed, because above all these layers, above this architecture of fabric and padding and structure, we need to add the elements that actually move, the pieces that gesture and flow and catch the light, the parts of the outfit that everyone will see and remember, the sleeves. And let me tell you, Tudor sleeves were an entire political system unto themselves. Here's the thing about sleeves that nobody prepares you for. They weren't attached to the dress. I know. I can see your face right now. You're thinking, wait, what? How do sleeves work if they're not attached? But that's exactly what made them so powerful. Tudor sleeves were separate pieces, pinned or tied to the bodice with ribbons, laces, or small decorative pins called aglets. And this simple fact, this detachability, turned sleeves into the most versatile, most personal, most politically charged items in a Tudor wardrobe. Think about what this means practically. You could own one gown but 10 different pairs of sleeves. You could change your entire look, your entire message just by swapping sleeves. Going to a formal court event? Attach your heavily embroidered oversleeves with seed pearls. Casual afternoon with friends? Switch to simpler silk sleeves. Mourning? black velvet sleeves onto the same gown you wore yesterday in celebration. It was modular fashion 500 years before we invented the concept, and it was genius. But let's start at the beginning, because the sleeve system was more complex than just pin them on and go. There were multiple types, multiple layers, and each one carried meaning. First, you had the undersleeve, also called the four-part sleeve or false sleeve. This was usually made from the same fabric as your smock or kirtle, and it showed at the wrist and sometimes through decorative slashes in the oversleeve. The undersleeves were often the most elaborately decorated part of your outfit because they framed your hands, the most visible, most active part of your body. These undersleeves were where you displayed that blackwork embroidery we talked about earlier. Delicate patterns running from wrist to elbow, sometimes all the way to the shoulder. When you gestured, when you lifted a cup, when you offered your hand to be kissed, everyone saw those cuffs. That embroidery was your signature, your personal brand before branding existed. Then you had the oversleeve, the main sleeve that attached to your bodice. And this is where things get really interesting because oversleeves came in absolutely wild varieties. Straight sleeves, puffed sleeves, hanging sleeves, leg of mutton sleeves, wing sleeves. Each style carried different implications about your status, your age, your political allegiances. Hanging sleeves are my favourite because they're so impractical they're almost absurd. These were long, tubular sleeves that hung from the shoulder, but weren't meant to have your arms actually go through them. Your arms would come out through slits at the shoulder or upper arm, and the sleeves would just hang there, sometimes down to the floor, sometimes trailing behind you like fabric rivers. Why? Pure status. Because fabric was expensive and hanging sleeves consumed vast quantities of it, 4 to 6 yards per sleeve, while serving absolutely no functional purpose. It was conspicuous consumption made visible. It said, I have so much fabric, so much wealth, that I can literally drag it on the floor for no reason. Elizabeth. I had hanging sleeves that measured 9 feet long. 9 feet! The wardrobe accounts from 1595 describe one pair of sleeves of white satin embroidered with silver, measuring 9 feet in length, trimmed with pearls and requiring 6 yards of fabric per sleeve. That's 12 yards of white satin for one pair of sleeves. A master craftsman's annual salary was about $10. That amount of white satin cost $8 for sleeves that you didn't even put your arms through. But here's where the genius shows. Those hanging sleeves could be detached and given as gifts. There are dozens of accounts of noblewomen giving their sleeves to favourites, to lovers, to political allies. It was an incredibly intimate gift because these sleeves had touched your body, carried your scent, been part of your daily life. Knights would wear ladies' sleeves as favours in tournaments, tied to their armour or lances. There's a beautiful account from 1518 when Henry VIII jousted wearing Catherine of Aragon's sleeve attached to his helmet. The crowd went wild because everyone understood the symbolism. The king literally wore his wife's favour into battle. But 20 years later, when Henry was pursuing Anne Boleyn, courtiers noticed he wore a new set of sleeves to a tournament. Not Catherine's, someone else's. The sleeves announced his shifting affections before any official declaration was made. The construction of oversleeves was an art form. For puffed sleeves, those gloriously inflated things you see in portraits, the technique was called bombasting. You'd create an outer sleeve of expensive fabric and an inner sleeve of linen, then stuff the gap between them with wool, horsehair, or even sawdust. The more stuffing, the larger the puff. But it had to be distributed evenly, or you'd have lumpy, saggy sleeves that would destroy your reputation. There are tailoring guides from the period that spend pages, explaining how to achieve the perfect puff. The stuffing had to be carded like wool for spinning, picked clean of any lumps and distributed in small amounts so that no clumps do form. And the attachments. Oh, the attachment points were where fashion became truly personal. The most common method was using points, those ribbons with metal aglets we talked about earlier. You'd have eyelets in the sleeve and corresponding eyelets in the bodice armhole. You'd thread the points through and tie them in decorative bows. But here's what's fascinating. The bows were visible. They were meant to be seen. They became part of the decoration. So you'd have gold ribbon points with silver aglets for formal occasions. Silk points dyed to match or contrast with your outfit. During mourning, black silk points. The bows could be simple or elaborate, small or large, depending on current fashion and personal taste. Some women used pins instead. Straight pins with decorative heads, sometimes tipped with tiny pearls or gemstones. These were expensive and risky. Drop one pin and your sleeve could literally fall off mid-conversation. But the effect was sleeker, no visible bows interrupting the line of the garment. There's a hilarious account from a French ambassador in 1520 describing an English court lady whose sleeve became unpinned during a dance. The sleeve fell completely off, and she had to stop dancing to retrieve it while the entire court watched. He wrote, "The lady's composure did not falter, though her sleeve did betray her haste in dressing." It became a cautionary tale about proper sleeve attachment. The fabric choices for sleeves were where you could really show creativity, because sleeves didn't have to match the gown. In fact, matching was sometimes considered boring. You'd see crimson velvet sleeves on a black gown, cloth of gold sleeves on purple damask, white silk sleeves on deep blue wool. The contrasts were deliberate, creating visual interest and showcasing your fabric collection. But certain combinations carried messages. Jane Seymour, Henry VIII's third wife, famously wore extremely simple sleeves. Plain velvet or satin, minimal decoration, modest puffs. This was a direct response to Anne Boleyn's extravagant French-style sleeves with their elaborate slashing and decoration. Jane's message was clear. I am not like her. I am virtuous, modest, traditional. And it worked. Her sleeve choices became part of her political brand. After Jane died, when Henry married Anne of Cleves, there was this fascinating sleeve controversy. Anne arrived wearing German-style sleeves, very fitted, very structured, with minimal decoration. The English court hated them. They looked foreign and strange. Cromwell's letters mention that he advised Anne to adopt English sleeve styles immediately, lest she appear too German and lose the king's favour. She did switch, but the damage was done. Henry already found her unappealing, and the sleeves became another mark against her. Let's talk about slashing, those decorative cuts in the fabric that revealed the undersleeve beneath. This technique came from Swiss and German military fashion. Soldiers would slash their clothes to show off fabric they'd looted. It became stylish, then it became structure. By the 1540s, sleeves were designed with architectural slashing patterns. The sleeves would have horizontal slashes, vertical slashes, diagonal slashes, creating geometric patterns. Through each slash you'd pull out a puff of the undersleeve fabric. It required incredible precision because the slashes had to be exactly even, exactly spaced, or the whole effect would look amateurish. And here's the kicker. The edges of the slashes would fray. That was expected, even desired. The frayed edges created texture, movement, a slightly wild look that contrasted with the otherwise rigid formality of court dress. But the fraying had to be controlled. Too much, and you looked shabby. Too little, and you looked new, inexperienced, like you just bought the sleeves and hadn't worn them enough. There are tailoring accounts that mention treating slash edges, with special solutions to control fraying, mixtures of egg white, vinegar, and alum that would stiffen the fabric just enough. It was chemistry in service of fashion. Oversleeves could also have wings. These were small, structured pieces that stood up from the shoulder, creating the illusion of width. They were made from buckram covered in fabric and could be triangular, rounded, or fantastically shaped. Elizabeth thus had sleeves with wings that extended 8 inches from her shoulders, making her appear broader, more imposing, more masculine, a deliberate choice for a female ruler. The wings weren't just decorative. They served to hide the attachment points where the sleeves connected to the bodice. Remember, the bodice had to have openings for the arms, and these openings could be structurally weak points. The wings covered these gaps while adding drama to the silhouette. Now, the undersleeves. We can't forget those because they did serious work. While the oversleeves made statements, the undersleeves did the practical job of covering your arms from wrist to shoulder. They were usually tied or pinned to the smock sleeves beneath them, creating a layered look at the cuff. The cuffs themselves became elaborate frames for your hands. Some were turned back to create deep folds, revealing contrasting linings. Some were stiffened with buckram to stand away from the wrist. Some had small ruffs attached at the wrist, prefiguring the enormous ruffs that would come later in Elizabeth's reign. Your hands were constantly on display, gesturing, holding prayer books, accepting gifts, offering to be kissed. The cuffs framed every movement, so women invested heavily in cuff decoration. Blackwork embroidery, yes, but also metallic lace, seed pearls sewn in patterns, even tiny gemstones for the very wealthy. Catherine Parr, Henry VIII's sixth wife, was known for her scholarly interests and her beautiful cuffs. Account books show she commissioned cuffs embroidered with Latin phrases from her favourite texts. Imagine that, wearing your reading list on your wrists. Other learned women copied her, creating these mobile libraries of embroidered quotations. The sleeve trade became its own industry. By the 1550s you could buy ready-made sleeves from specialists in London. The Royal Exchange, opened in 1571, had entire sections devoted to sleeve sellers. You could commission custom sleeves or buy stock designs. There were sleeve rental services for those who needed fancy sleeves for one-time events. The Broderers Company, the Guild of Professional Embroiderers, fought constantly with the sleeve sellers over who had the right to sell decorated sleeves. Court cases from the 1580s show them suing each other, trying to control this lucrative market. Because sleeves were where fashion happened. The gown was structure, but the sleeves were style. And men. We haven't even talked about men's sleeves, which were equally insane. Doublet sleeves could be slashed, puffed, padded beyond recognition. Henry VIII's later portraits show him with sleeves that make his arms look twice their actual size. Pure padding creating an illusion of strength as his real body weakened. Men's sleeves also detached, also got swapped around, also carried political meanings. But men had an additional element. They could roll up their sleeves to show they were at work, even in court settings. There are portraits of men in magnificent clothes with their sleeves casually pushed up to the elbow, a deliberate attempt to appear both wealthy and industrious. The whole sleeve system created this incredible flexibility. You could dress for any occasion by changing one element. And because sleeves were given as gifts, traded, borrowed, inherited, they moved through social networks carrying memories and meanings. When Mary thus died in 1558, Elizabeth inherited some of her half-sister's sleeves. Elizabeth wore them occasionally in the early years of her reign, a gesture of continuity, of honouring her sister despite their religious differences. But she had them altered, updated with Protestant-friendly decorations. The sleeves became palimpsests, layers of meaning written over each other, So when you look at Tudor portraits, really look at the sleeves. See those puffs, those slashes, those hanging lengths of fabric? Each one was a choice. Each one carried meaning. Each one was pinned on that morning by someone who understood that sleeves were more than just arm coverings. They were weapons of style, tools of diplomacy, declarations of identity. But even with these magnificent sleeves attached, even with all these layers creating the perfect silhouette, we're still not done. Because above it all, over this entire architectural creation, we need to add the final, crowning piece. The garment that everyone will see first and remember longest, the gown. And when I tell you about the politics of gown ownership, about the laws that controlled who could wear what, about the secret lives of second-hand royal clothing, well, you'll never look at Tudor portraits the same way again. I want you to imagine something. You've just spent 2 hours getting dressed. Layer after layer, smock, farthingale, kirtle, bodies, petticoat, sleeves, all perfectly arranged. Your silhouette is architectural perfection. You can barely bend at the waist. And now comes the moment. The final layer. The piece that transforms you from a well-dressed person into a walking statement of power. The gown. But here's what's going to surprise you. That gown you're about to put on, there's a very good chance it used to belong to someone else. Possibly someone who's dead. Possibly someone who was executed, and everyone at court knows it. Welcome to the fascinating, slightly morbid world of gown economics in Tudor England. Let's start with the most shocking fact. New gowns were phenomenally, impossibly expensive. A court gown made from cloth of gold, that fabric woven with actual gold thread, could cost $100. To put that in perspective, a skilled craftsman earned about $10 per year. That single gown represented 10 years of his labour. 10 years. For one garment that you might wear a dozen times before fashion changed and it became embarrassingly outdated. Even a simpler gown made from good quality velvet would cost $20 to $30. That's 2 to 3 years' salary for most people, and you couldn't just own one gown. Court life demanded variety. Showing up in the same gown too frequently suggested you were poor, unfashionable, or, worst of all, unimportant enough that nobody noticed what you wore. So what did people do? They developed an elaborate second-hand market that was part fashion industry, part inheritance system, part political favour network. Here's how it worked. When a royal person died or fell from favour, their wardrobe was distributed according to strict hierarchy. The most valuable items went to the highest-ranking courtiers as gifts from the new monarch. Mid-level items went to lesser nobles. Ordinary items filtered down to servants. And everything was tracked in detailed wardrobe accounts that still survive in archives today. When Henry VIII died in 1547, his wardrobe was inventoried at staggering length. The account book runs to hundreds of pages. It describes 324 gowns, 324, each one catalogued with details about fabric, colour, trim and condition. And then, beside each entry, a note about who received it. Edward Seymour, Duke of Somerset and Lord Protector, got 17 of Henry's gowns. Sir Anthony Denny, remember him from the beginning, the groom of the stool, got 12. Lesser gentlemen got 1 or 2 each. Even the king's stable hands received gowns, though obviously the less valuable ones. But here's the wild part. They didn't just keep these gowns as memorabilia, they wore them. Or more accurately, they had them altered and restyled for current fashion, because the fabric was too valuable to waste. There's a wonderful letter from 1550 where a gentleman writes to his tailor, "I send you the king's late gown of purple velvet which the Lord Protector was pleased to grant me. I trust you can make from it a suitable gown for myself, with perhaps enough remaining for a doublet for my son." This was Henry VIII's purple velvet, being cut down and remade for someone else's entire outfit. The king's body still warm in the grave, metaphorically speaking, and his clothes already being recycled. Women did the same. When Catherine Howard was executed in 1542, her gowns were distributed. Some went to ladies-in-waiting, some went to Princess Mary. Yes, the future queen wore her father's executed wife's clothes. The pragmatism is breathtaking. These weren't sentimental people, these were people who understood fabric value. But here's where it gets legally interesting. There were laws about who could wear what. The sumptuary laws of 1533, 1554 and 1597 explicitly controlled fabric choices based on rank. And these weren't gentle suggestions. These were laws with real penalties. Only members of the royal family could wear cloth of gold or purple silk. That's it. Nobody else. If you showed up at court in purple and you weren't royal blood, you could be fined, imprisoned or exiled from court entirely. The 1533 law states, "No person shall wear in his apparel any cloth of gold, tissue, nor fur of sables, except duchesses, marquises and countesses." Clear, direct, enforceable. The 1554 law went even further, specifying not just fabric but also quantity. Your gown could only have a train of a certain length based on your rank. Countesses could have trains 1 yard long, baronesses 18 inches, knights' wives no train at all. Imagine your rank measured in inches of fabric dragging behind you. Elizabeth I's 1597 sumptuary law is the most detailed. It runs to pages and pages of restrictions. Crimson, scarlet and blue silk could only be worn by royalty. Lower nobles could wear purple but not purple velvet. Gentlemen could wear velvet but not silk velvet. The distinctions were Byzantine, and enforcing them was a full-time job for court officials. There's a court record from 1588 where a merchant's wife was publicly humiliated for wearing a silk gown with velvet trim, a combination above her station. She was made to stand in the Great Hall at Greenwich while a herald read the law aloud. Then she was escorted from the palace and banned from court for a year, for fabric choice. But people pushed back constantly, because here's the thing. If you inherited or were gifted a gown from someone of higher rank, were you allowed to wear it? The laws were unclear, and people exploited this ambiguity relentlessly. Sir Thomas Elyot received a gown from Henry VIII in 1530, a gift for diplomatic service. It was made from cloth of gold, legally reserved for royalty. Elyot absolutely wore it to court, and when challenged, he produced the gift letter from the king. Who could argue? The king himself had authorised this breach of sumptuary law. Clever. Women used the same tactic. Lady Margaret Pole received several of Catherine of Aragon's gowns when Catherine died. These included purple velvet, technically illegal for Lady Margaret's rank. But they were the Queen's gowns, given with royal approval. Margaret wore them proudly until she was executed in 1541, for unrelated treason, not fashion crimes. Now let's talk about train length, because this became almost competitive. Remember, the 1554 law specified maximum train lengths by rank. But here's what happened. Women started wearing multiple petticoats, each with its own mini-train, creating a layered train effect that technically complied with the law while completely violating its spirit. Court observers started measuring. There are letters describing how Lady So-and-so had a train that measured 3 yards, though she insists it complies with law by virtue of being composed of 3 separate garments. The technicality defence, alive and well in the 1560s, Elizabeth I watched all this train competition and decided to simply outlast everyone. Her trains grew longer and longer, eventually reaching absurd proportions. By the 1590s, her formal gowns had trains that required 3 attendants to carry. She made it physically impossible for anyone to compete. You literally couldn't have a longer train than the Queen because you'd need a team of servants to move, and only the Queen had that many servants dedicated to train carrying. The gown construction itself was a masterpiece of engineering. The bodice and skirt were usually separate pieces, though they appeared unified. The bodice would be heavily structured. We've already talked about that. And the skirt would attach either by being sewn to the bodice or by using those points we discussed with sleeves. The skirts were incredible in their fullness. A formal court gown skirt could contain 20 to 30 yards of fabric. 30 yards! And remember, this is before industrial looms. This fabric was woven by hand, yard by yard on narrow looms. A 30-yard gown required months of weaving before anyone even started cutting and sewing. The cutting was crucial because fabric had directionality. The warp and weft of the weave had to align properly, or the gown would hang wrong. Pattern pieces had to be arranged on the fabric to minimize waste while maximizing visual impact. Master tailors spent years learning optimal cutting patterns. And here's something almost nobody mentions. Most gowns were lined, completely lined with contrasting fabric. So that 30-yard outer gown also had a 30-yard lining. 60 yards of fabric total. The lining served multiple purposes. It protected the expensive outer fabric from body oils and sweat. It added weight so the gown hung properly, and it created visual interest when the gown opened or moved. The linings could be spectacular. A black velvet gown might have crimson silk lining that flashed when you walked. A purple damask gown might have cloth of silver lining that glittered at the hem. The lining was a secret revealed in movement, a private luxury for the wearer and those close enough to see. Embellishment was where gowns became truly extraordinary. Embroidery, obviously. We've talked about black work, but also applied decoration. Pearls were sewn on by the thousands. Elizabeth Thurm had a gown described in 1598 as being so covered in pearls that the fabric beneath cannot be seen. The weight of that gown must have been immense. Precious stones were another option for the very wealthy. Not fake gems, real ones. Rubies, emeralds, diamonds, sewn onto gowns. When you moved, you sparkled like a constellation. But here's the sad part. These stones were often removed after wearing because they were too valuable to leave on a garment. So you'd have servants unpicking gemstones after court events, then resewing them for the next occasion. Imagine a job that's just jewel removalist. The gown recycling system created some strange situations. Because fabric was so valuable, gowns were constantly being unmade and remade. A purple velvet gown from 1530 might be entirely reconstructed in 1545 with updated sleeves and trim. The same fabric, entirely new garment. Wardrobe accounts show this constantly. For altering the purple velvet gown to new fashion, with new sleeves and stomacher, 2 was. That's a substantial cost just for alteration, but still cheaper than new fabric. Some gowns went through multiple lives. There's a trackable purple damask that appears in wardrobe accounts for 3 generations. It started as a gown for Princess Mary in 1535. By 1550, it's listed as being altered for a lady-in-waiting. By 1570, it appears in a merchant household inventory, probably sold from the court. 45 years of use from one piece of fabric. This created a strange market. Fabric dealers who specialized in buying old court gowns, unpicking them entirely, and reselling the fabric. The 1560s saw this become a legitimate trade. You could sell your old gown by weight. Literally, They weighed the fabric and paid you by the ounce. The Broderers Company records show they purchased 12 pounds of crimson silk velvet, formerly made into court gowns, sold by weight in 1567. 12 pounds of fabric. They'd turn this into new gowns, new cushions, new altar cloths. The fabric had a second life, sometimes a third and fourth. But some fabrics were too identified with their original owner to be repurposed casually. When Anne Boleyn was executed, her gowns were considered cursed. Nobody wanted them. They sat in wardrobe storage for years before Elizabeth Fenn, Anne's daughter, finally had them cut up for altar cloths. Even then, the commissioners noted that some parish churches refused them, being fearful of the Queen's mother's garments. Catherine Howard's gowns faced similar stigma initially, but after a few years the scandal faded and they were quietly distributed. Superstition competed with pragmatism, and pragmatism usually won. The gown also had strategic openings, slits and gaps where you could access the layers beneath, front openings that could be pinned closed or left open to reveal the kirtle, side openings at hip level where you could access your pocket slits in the petticoat. These weren't accidents. They were designed features that added functionality to what could otherwise be a fabric prison. And we need to talk about the weight. A full court gown with all its layers, embroidery and trim could weigh 30 to 40 pounds. That's carrying a small child around all day. Women developed incredible posture and strength from this. Their backs, their shoulders, their cores, constantly engaged to carry the weight with grace. There's a letter from 1575 where a lady writes, "I wore the new crimson gown for 8 hours at court and thought my shoulders would fail me. Yet I maintained composure, and none remarked upon discomfort." 8 hours. Standing, walking, dancing, all while carrying 40 pounds of fabric and maintaining perfect posture. The gown was the final statement. After all those layers, all that construction, all that careful dressing, the gown was what people remembered. Its colour, its fabric, its cut, its train. These were the details that ended up in letters, in diaries, in ambassadorial reports. When Mary Queen of Scots was executed in 1587, she wore a black gown, but when she removed it on the scaffold, she revealed a crimson petticoat, the Catholic colour of martyrdom. Her gown choice became part of her final political statement, remembered and debated for centuries. So when you look at those Tudor portraits, when you see those magnificent gowns in impossible colours, remember, someone counted every yard of fabric. Someone measured every inch of train. Someone enforced laws about who could wear what. Someone inherited these garments from the dead and wore them without sentiment. And someone, somewhere, unpicked every gemstone at the end of the night to sew them on again for the next performance. The gown wasn't just clothing. It was currency, inheritance, political statement, and walking wealth all in one. But even with this magnificent gown completing the ensemble, we're still not quite finished, because there's one element we haven't addressed yet, the piece that frames the face, that makes or breaks the entire outfit, the ruff. And when I tell you about the chemical warfare involved in making these things stand up, about the deaths they caused, about the political implications of neck size, well, you're going to understand why the Elizabethan era became defined by this one bizarre accessory. What started as a simple collar became an obsession, a fashion statement so extreme, so architecturally impossible, that it literally killed people. And the story of how we got there, from a modest ruffle at the neckline to a starched monstrosity that required engineering support, tells us everything about Tudor vanity, Tudor chemistry, and Tudor willingness to suffer for status. The ruff. Let's talk about the ruff. In the early 1500s, there was no such thing. Your smock had a simple gathered neckline, maybe with a small frill. Your kirtle or gown had a square or round neckline. Simple, functional, completely forgettable. But by the 1560s, something had shifted. That modest gathered edge at the collar started to grow, to expand, to develop a life of its own. The evolution happened gradually, then suddenly. First, the ruffle got a bit fuller. Then someone figured out that if you gathered the fabric more tightly, you could create deeper folds. Then someone else discovered that if you used finer linen, you could create more delicate pleats. And then, this is where it gets interesting, someone in the Netherlands discovered starch. Starch changed everything. Before starch, those little collar ruffles would droop within an hour of wear. The fabric had no structure, no ability to hold its shape. You'd start the day with a crisp edge around your neck and end it with a sad, limp collar clinging to your shoulders. But starch made fabric stand up like it had a spine. The recipe came from the Low Countries around 1560. You'd take wheat, barley or rice, boil it down to a thick paste, then dilute it to the right consistency. When you dipped linen into this mixture and let it dry, the fabric became rigid. Not completely stiff like cardboard, but with enough body to hold elaborate pleats and folds. The technique reached England in the 1560s, brought by Dutch refugees fleeing religious persecution. A woman named Dingen van den Plasse is credited with introducing professional starching to London. She set up shop in 1564 and within 2 years had so many clients she needed to hire assistants. The fashion exploded. But here's where it gets complicated. Not all starch was created equal. The quality varied wildly depending on the grain used, the boiling time, the dilution ratio. Too thick and your ruff would be stiff as wood, uncomfortable and prone to cracking. Too thin and it wouldn't hold at all. Getting it right required skill, experience, and carefully guarded recipes. Starching became a specialised profession. By 1570 there were professional starchers all over London, each claiming superior techniques. They competed viciously for clients, spreading rumours about competitors' methods. Mrs. White uses spoiled grain. Her ruffs yellow within a week. Mistress Johnson's starch is too thick. I heard a gentleman's ruff cracked during a court bow and cut his neck. The last one wasn't entirely false, by the way. Badly starched ruffs could be genuinely dangerous. If the starch was too concentrated, the fabric became brittle. There are medical records from the 1570s describing injuries sustained from broken ruffs, basically paper cuts, but from your own collar. And the colours. Oh, you need to hear about coloured starch because this is where fashion becomes chemistry, becomes potential manslaughter. Initially, ruffs were white, pure virginal white. But by the 1570s, someone had the bright idea to tint the starch. Pink became fashionable first, achieved by adding cochineal dye to the starch mixture. Then yellow, created with saffron. Then blue, using woad. Elizabetha loved coloured ruffs. Her wardrobe accounts from 1578 mention 6 ruffs starched with yellow, 4 with pink, and 2 with purple. Purple being achieved with a mixture of woad and madder, and being phenomenally expensive. But here's the problem. Some of these dyes were toxic. The yellow starch in particular often contained lead-based compounds to make the colour more vibrant. And what happens when you wear lead-based fabric around your neck all day? The lead absorbs through your skin, slowly, consistently, poisoning you. There's no definitive count of how many people died from their ruffs, but there are suggestive cases. A gentleman named Sir Christopher Hatton complained in 1580 of persistent weakness and trembling of the hands that doctors couldn't explain. He was known for his elaborate yellow ruffs. The symptoms are consistent with lead poisoning. He died in 1591, possibly, though not provably, poisoned by fashion. The size competition that emerged is almost comical. In the 1560s, ruffs were maybe 2 inches wide. By 1570, 4 inches was standard for court wear. By 1580, 6 inches. By 1590, the really fashionable people were wearing ruffs that extended 8 to 12 inches from the neck. 12 inches! That's a full foot of starched linen radiating out from your throat like a dinner plate made of fabric. But physics presented a problem. Starch alone couldn't support ruffs this large. The weight of the fabric would cause it to droop at the front or back, so Tudor engineering came to the rescue with a device called the supportasse, or underpropper, which is a much funnier name. The supportasse was a wire frame that sat on your shoulders under the ruff, providing structural support. It was usually made from brass wire bent into a circular or oval shape, with small uprights to hold the ruff at the proper angle. You'd pin your ruff to this frame, creating the illusion that the fabric was standing up on its own through pure starch power. Wearing a supportasse required skill. If you pinned the ruff wrong, it would tilt, one side higher than the other. This was considered a major fashion disaster. There are letters describing court ladies whose ruff sat askew, revealing her poverty of skill or servants, the implication being that only poor people dressed themselves badly. And the laundering. Oh my goodness, the laundering process for ruffs was intensive. You couldn't just throw them in with the regular washing. They required specialized treatment. First, the ruff would be carefully unpinned from any supportasse. Then it would be washed in gentle lye soap, the same stuff used for the smocks we talked about earlier. But here's the critical step. It had to be shaped while wet. The laundress would use special heated tools called poking sticks, metal rods heated in fire then used to set each pleat individually. The rod would be inserted into the fold of each pleat while the fabric was still damp, pressing it into the correct shape. A large ruff could have 60 to 80 individual pleats, each requiring this treatment. Then came restarching. The shaped ruff would be dipped in fresh starch. Using last week's starch was considered slovenly. It would be dried carefully, often over a frame to maintain shape. The whole process took 4 to 6 hours for a single ruff, and if you wore a fresh ruff daily, as fashionable people did, you needed a team of laundresses working constantly. Elizabeth employed 4 women whose sole job was ruff maintenance. They worked in rotation, one washing, one starching, one setting, one on standby. The Queen had fresh ruffs daily, sometimes multiple changes per day if she attended several events. The cost of maintaining this fashion was absurd. A 1585 household account from a minor nobleman shows he spent $12 per year on starch alone. For one person's ruffs. That's more than he paid most of his servants annually. But the real madness was the size regulation attempts. The government tried repeatedly to control ruff size through sumptuary laws, but people ignored them. A 1580 proclamation limited ruffs to 3 inches for anyone below the rank of baron. It was unenforceable. How do you measure ruffs on hundreds of courtiers? Do you carry a ruler? Do you have official ruff inspectors? Apparently, yes. There are records of officers of the ruffs being appointed at court events. Their job was to literally measure collar sizes and turn away anyone exceeding the legal limit. Can you imagine the arguments? Sir, your ruff measures 4 1/2 inches. The legal limit is 3. You must either remove it or leave the palace. People developed tricks, compressed ruffs that would expand once you were inside. Ruffs with removable outer layers, wear the legal size through the door, then add extensions once safely in the hall. The authorities knew about these tricks but couldn't keep up. Elizabeth herself ignored all size restrictions, which made enforcement difficult. How could you fine a baron for a 6-inch ruff when the Queen wore a 12-inch one? The Queen's ruffs became legendary. There's a portrait from 1585 where her ruff is so large it creates a perfect circle of white framing her face. She looks like she's peering through a porthole made of lace. And speaking of lace, because ruffs weren't just plain linen for long. By the 1580s, the really fashionable ruffs were edged with lace. Real lace, the expensive kind from Brussels or Venice. This added another layer of cost and another layer of status display. A lace-edged ruff could cost as much as a farmer's annual income for a single item that would be out of fashion within a year. The lace had to be attached carefully, sewn to the edge of each pleat so it stood out at the correct angle. If the lace drooped, the whole effect was ruined. Skilled seamstresses who specialised in lace attachment could command high wages. There were a woman in London in the 1590s named Margaret Hobbs, who did nothing but attach lace to ruffs for wealthy clients. She charged 2 shillings per ruff, a substantial sum, and had a 6-month waiting list. Now let's talk about the symbolism, because ruffs weren't just fashion, they were political statements. Elizabeth Thurne's enormous ruff served a specific purpose. They created a barrier between her body and everyone else. Remember, she was the Virgin Queen, unmarried, untouchable. The ruff reinforced this literally. You couldn't get close to her face without encountering that wall of starched linen first. Portraits show this clearly. In earlier portraits from the 1560s, Elizabeth's ruffs are modest, 2 or 3 inches. But as her reign progresses, as she ages, as the pressure to marry intensifies then fades, her ruffs grow proportionally. By the 1590s, those massive ruffs create a physical and symbolic moat around her face. Approach with caution. But ruffs also became associated with Puritanism, weirdly enough. The extreme Protestant faction adopted plain ruffs as part of their aesthetic. White, undecorated, moderately sized. It was a rejection of Catholic excess, they claimed, though of course they still had to starch them and maintain them, so the vanity was still there, just dressed up as piety. This created a strange situation where you could signal religious affiliation through neckwear. Elaborate lace ruff, probably Catholic sympathising or at least high church. Plain white modest ruff, Protestant, possibly Puritan, no ruff at all. You were either very poor or making a deliberate statement against fashion, which was itself a kind of statement. The discomfort factor can't be overstated. These things were genuinely unpleasant to wear. The starch was scratchy against the skin. The supportas dug into your shoulders. Turning your head required moving your entire upper body because the ruff restricted neck movement. Eating was a carefully choreographed dance to avoid getting food on the pristine white linen. There are accounts of people developing rashes, irritation, even infections from ruff wear. The constant rubbing of starched fabric against the neck could cause chafing. The chemicals in coloured starch could trigger allergic reactions. But fashion demanded sacrifice. Some people tried solutions, wearing a very thin silk scarf between neck and ruff to prevent chafing, using different starch recipes that were supposedly less irritating. One nobleman's account book shows payments to an apothecary for a soothing balm for ruff rash. Apparently this was common enough to have a standard remedy. The practical jokes involving ruffs must have been legendary, though few are recorded. But think about it. Your enemy is wearing a massive starched ruff held up by a hidden supportas. You accidentally jostle them hard enough to dislodge the pins. Their ruff collapses, revealing the wire frame, exposing them as fraudulent. The humiliation would be total. There's one recorded incident from 1588 where a court gentleman's ruff collapsed during a dance. The pins had been deliberately loosened by a rival. The gentleman tried to continue dancing while holding his ruff up with one hand, which only made it worse. He fled the hall in shame and reportedly didn't appear at court for a month. By the 1590s, the ruff had reached peak absurdity. Some were so large that people's faces looked like they were being served on lace-edged platters. Children started wearing them. There are portraits of 5-year-olds with 6-inch ruffs, looking utterly miserable. Even pets weren't safe. There's a portrait of a wealthy woman's lapdog wearing a tiny ruff. The dog looks deeply unimpressed. But fashion is cyclical, and by 1600, the ruff was starting to fade. A new style emerged, the standing collar, which would evolve into the Stuart falling collar. The ruff's days were numbered. By 1620, they were considered old-fashioned. By 1640, they were laughable relics. But for those 40 years from 1560 to 1600, the ruff dominated. It was the defining accessory of the Elizabethan age. It represented wealth, status, and the willingness to suffer for fashion. It was starched defiance of gravity, common sense, and comfort. And here's the beautiful irony. We remember the ruffs. We see them in portraits and immediately think Elizabethan England. They became the symbol of an entire era. All that suffering, all that expense, all those hours of poking stick labour, it created an image that lasted centuries. But even with the ruff perfectly starched and positioned, even with every other layer in place, we still haven't addressed one final element. The crown of the entire ensemble. The piece that literally covered your thoughts and controlled what the world saw when they looked at you. The headdress. And the battles fought over headwear, English hood versus French hood, the politics of covering your hair, the scandals of showing a single strand. Those battles changed marriages, changed reigns, changed the course of English history. A woman's hair in Tudor England was dangerous, not the hair itself, though there were superstitions about that too, but what you did with it, how you covered it, how much you showed. Because headwear wasn't just about fashion or modesty. It was about loyalty, about religion, about which queen you supported and which one you wanted dead. Let me tell you about the Hood Wars. It started innocently enough. Catherine of Aragon arrived in England in 1501 wearing the gable hood, that distinctive English style that looked like the pointed roof of a house sitting on your head. It was called a gable hood because it literally mimicked the architecture of English buildings. The fabric was arranged over a stiff frame to create that triangular shape, with long lappets, fabric panels, hanging down the sides to your waist or beyond. The gable hood was respectable, traditional, properly English. It completely covered your hair except for a small section at the front, which would be severely parted in the middle and smoothed down. The effect was austere, dignified, vaguely nun-like, which was exactly the point. You were demonstrating that you were a virtuous woman whose thoughts were on God and duty, not vanity. But then Anne Boleyn came back from France. Anne had spent years at the French court, serving as lady-in-waiting to Queen Claude, and she brought back the French hood, a completely different beast. Where the English gable hood rose up in a peak, the French hood sat back on the head in a curved crescent shape. Where the gable hood covered all your hair, the French hood allowed, encouraged, you to show your hair at the front and sides. Where the gable hood screamed propriety, the French hood whispered seduction. The difference was revolutionary. The French hood was made from a curved band of stiffened fabric, often covered in velvet or silk that sat toward the back of the head. It was pinned to a coif, a close-fitting cap, that covered the back of the hair, but the front was completely exposed. You could see the woman's hairline, her temples, the way her hair was styled and parted. This was scandalous. Remember, Showing your hair meant something specific in Tudor England. Unmarried maidens could wear their hair loose. That was their privilege, their advertisement of virginity. But married women, hair covered, always. The French hood technically covered the hair, the coif saw to that, but it created the illusion of exposure. It was modest immodesty, proper impropriety, and Henry VIII loved it. When Anne Boleyn started appearing at court in her French hood around 1525, people noticed. Of course they noticed. Here was this relatively minor noblewoman, not even from a particularly important family, wearing a hood style associated with French sophistication and looseness of morals. The Spanish ambassador wrote to Charles V in 1526, "The Boleyn girl wears the French hood in defiance of English custom, and many remark upon it with distaste." But Henry wasn't distasted. Henry was fascinated. And when the king is fascinated, fashion changes. By 1530, the French hood was spreading through court. Younger women adopted it eagerly. It was new, it was different. It showed more of their faces. Older women and Catherine of Aragon's supporters clung to the gable hood like a life raft. Your choice of hood became a declaration of loyalty. French hood, you were Team Boleyn, Team Reformation, Team New Ideas. Gable hood, you were Team Catherine, Team Rome, Team Traditional Values. This created some very awkward situations. Imagine you're a courtier trying to stay neutral in the growing conflict between Henry and Catherine. What hood do you wear? Choose the French hood, and you insult the Queen and the old nobility. Choose the gable hood, and you suggest you don't support the king's great matter, his attempt to divorce Catherine. Some women tried to solve this by wearing one style at certain events and another style at others, reading the political winds daily. There's a letter from 1531 where a lady-in-waiting describes changing hoods 3 times in one day, based on which rooms of the palace she'd be entering and who she'd encounter. I wore the gable to morning mass where the Queen attended, then retired to change to the French hood before dinner in the king's chambers, then changed again to the gable before evening prayers. The logistical nightmare of political fashion. But here's where it gets really interesting. When Henry married Jane Seymour in 1536, immediately after Anne Boleyn's execution, Jane made a dramatic statement. She wore the gable hood, not just occasionally, exclusively. She banned the French hood from her household. Ladies serving Jane were required to wear the gable hood or leave her service. This was a calculated political move. Jane was positioning herself as the anti-Anne. Where Anne was French, sophisticated and dangerous, Jane was English, traditional and safe. Where Anne had pushed boundaries, Jane would restore them. The gable hood became her symbol of this restoration. And it worked. The conservative faction at court rallied around Jane. The gable hood became fashionable again, or at least politically necessary. Women who'd spent years wearing French hoods suddenly appeared in gables. The hoodmakers of London must have been thrilled by the sudden demand, but fashion has momentum, and the French hood had been too popular to disappear completely. When Jane died in 1537, just a year after becoming queen, the restrictions loosened. By the time Henry married Anne of Cleves in 1540, both styles coexisted uneasily at court. Anne of Cleves herself caused another hood scandal by arriving in English-style gable hoods that were somehow wrong. They were gables, yes, but German gables, the proportions were different, the lappets hung differently, the overall effect was foreign. The English court ladies reportedly laughed at her. Thomas Cromwell's letters mention urgently ordering proper English hoods to be made for her, lest her strange headdresses continue to offend His Majesty's eyes. The construction of these hoods was complex. The gable hood required a wire or wooden frame shaped into that distinctive peak, This frame would be covered with fabric, usually black velvet for formal occasions, though other colours were permitted for less formal settings. The lappets were attached at the sides, long panels of fabric that hung down, sometimes to the waist, sometimes past the hips. These lappets could be plain or decorated with embroidery, pearls or goldwork. Under the gable hood, you wore a coif, a close-fitting cap, usually of white linen. Then, over the coif went the hood itself. The front of the hood had a paste, a decorative band that went across the forehead, often embroidered or jewelled. Your hair would be parted severely in the middle, smoothed with oil or wax, and any hair showing at the front would be styled absolutely flat against your head. Getting this on required help. You couldn't do it yourself. The coif had to be pinned to your hair. The hood had to be pinned to the coif. The lappets had to hang evenly. The paste had to sit straight across the forehead. One crooked pin and the whole thing would shift, making you look incompetent or drunk. The French hood was slightly simpler but required different skills. The curved band sat on a stiffened base, usually buckram-shaped and dried into the proper curve. This would be covered with expensive fabric and often decorated lavishly. Pearls were a favourite trim. Rows of pearls along the edge of the hood, creating a glowing frame for the face. The billements, decorative bands that went across the front of the hood, were often phenomenally expensive. These could be made of gold or silver gilt set with gemstones. Elizabeth I's wardrobe accounts from 1560 describe one French hood with billements of gold set with 15 rubies and 32 diamonds. That's serious jewellery worn on your head daily. The coif under the French hood was smaller, covering just the back of the head and hair. But the front required elaborate preparation. Your hair had to be styled to show attractively under the hood. Women would use oils, pomades, and even egg white to create the perfect smooth style. The goal was to have hair that looked natural, but was actually carefully engineered. And the colours! While gable hoods were traditionally black, French hoods came in every colour imaginable. White for special innocence or purity, red for festive occasions, gold fabric for maximum show of wealth. The sumptuary laws tried to control this, restricting certain colours and decorations to specific ranks. But as we've seen, enforcement was nearly impossible. Hair itself became a battleground. How much was appropriate to show under a French hood? Some women pushed the boundaries, showing hair at the temples, at the sides, creating elaborate visible styles. Others kept it minimal, showing just the necessary amount at the front. Preachers railed against women who showed wanton locks under their hoods, suggesting this was a sign of loose morals. There's a wonderful Puritan tract from 1583 that complains about women who do so trick up their hair under their hoods that more is seen than decency allows, and they do this to ensnare men's eyes and corrupt their thoughts. The author seems genuinely scandalized that women were styling their hair attractively. The horror! But here's a detail that's almost never mentioned. The weight. These hoods were heavy, especially the decorated ones. A gable hood with its wire frame, fabric covering, and hanging lappets could weigh 2 to 3 pounds. A French hood with jewelled billements could weigh even more. This weight sat on your head all day, held in place by pins stuck into your hair and coif. Women developed headaches, neck strain, even bald patches from the constant pinning and weight. There are medical accounts from the period describing treatments for hood headache, a recognised condition. The remedy was usually rest without the hood, applying cool cloths to the head, and drinking willow bark tea for the pain. The cost varied enormously. A simple gable hood in plain black fabric might cost 5 shillings, a week's wages for a skilled worker. But a formal gable hood with embroidered lappets and goldwork paste could cost £5, half a year's wages, French hoods with jewelled billements were even more expensive, often costing £10 to £20 for a single headdress, and fashion changed constantly. The exact angle of the gable peak shifted. The width of the French hood crescent varied. The length of lappets went in and out of style. Women needed multiple hoods, updated regularly to stay fashionable. It was an endless expense. Some women tried to economize by having hoods altered. You could detach the billements from one French hood and attach them to a new base in the latest style. You could shorten or lengthen lappets on gable hoods. You could replace the paste with a new, more fashionable design. The hood makers of London offered alteration services specifically for this purpose. When Elizabeth I took the throne in 1558, she faced the hood question immediately. What would she wear? The French hood associated with her mother Anne Boleyn, or the gable hood associated with traditional English values and her half-sister Mary the Thin? Elizabeth's solution was brilliant. She wore both. Early in her reign, she alternated between styles, refusing to let either faction claim exclusive support. Then gradually she transitioned to the French hood, almost exclusively, a quiet acknowledgement of her mother's influence. But she also developed her own style, more elaborate, more decorated, more uniquely Elizabethan than purely French. By the 1570s, Elizabeth's hoods had evolved into something entirely new. They were still based on the French hood structure, but they'd grown in size and decoration. The billements became architectural features, the pearls multiplied, and the whole effect was less French sophistication and more English imperial power. But Elizabeth also started going bareheaded more frequently than any previous queen. At informal events, in her private chambers, even occasionally at court functions, she'd appear with just a small cap or nothing at all on her head, her red hair visible, styled elaborately. This was revolutionary. Queens didn't appear bareheaded, but Elizabeth made her own rules. For men, the story was different but equally political. Men's caps and hats signalled rank and allegiance too. The flat cap was required by law for common men. A 1571 statute demanded that all males over 6 years old wear woolen caps on Sundays and holidays to support the cap-making industry. Noblemen wore feathered hats with jewelled brooches. The size of your hat brim, the height of your crown, the extravagance of your feather, all signalled status. Henry VIII's hats were legendary. Portraits show him in flat hats with enormous brims, decorated with feathers and jewelled badges. These hats required internal structures to hold their shape, wire frames or buckram supports. They were essentially architectural projects for the head. But back to women, because the hood battles continued into Elizabeth's reign. By the 1580s, a new style emerged, the Mary Stuart hood, named after Mary, Queen of Scots. This was a heart-shaped hood that dipped down in a point at the forehead. It was romantic, flattering, and, crucially, associated with a Catholic pretender to Elizabeth's throne. Elizabeth banned it, officially. There's a 1586 proclamation forbidding the wearing of heart-shaped hoods in the Scottish style at court or in London. The penalty was exclusion from court and a fine, but women wore them anyway, particularly in the north where Catholic sympathies ran strong. The hood became a symbol of resistance. After Mary Stuart was executed in 1587, the heart-shaped hood gradually disappeared, though whether from fear of association or genuine fashion change is unclear. What remained was Elizabeth's increasingly elaborate crowned heads, and the growing fashion for going relatively bareheaded with just small caps or coifs. By 1600, the hood era was ending. The Stuart period would bring new styles, falling collars, lace caps, completely different aesthetics. But for a century, The hood had been the defining feature of a woman's appearance. It had toppled queens, signalled religious allegiances and consumed fortunes. And here's what strikes me most. These weren't just accessories. They were weapons. A woman could declare her politics, her religion, her loyalties, all by her choice of headwear. In a world where women had little official power, the hood gave them a voice. Silent, fabric, but unmistakable. Now we've covered the entire female outfit, from skin to crown, from smock to hood. But we haven't talked about the men. And gentlemen, your turn has come. Because if you think women had it complicated, wait until you hear about getting a Tudor king dressed. The layers, the padding, the architectural impossibilities of the male form, and yes, that one particular garment that makes modern people laugh but was deadly serious in its time. Let's talk about dressing Henry VIII. Getting a Tudor gentleman dressed was like assembling a suit of armour made from fabric instead of steel, and I'm not exaggerating. By the time Henry VIII reached his later years, he required 6 to 8 men and upwards of 2 hours to get fully dressed. Not because he was incompetent, though his increasing size didn't help, but because the male silhouette of the Tudor court was an architectural achievement that required engineering, padding, and a team effort. Let's start from the skin and work our way out, exactly as we did with women's clothing. Because men, just like women, began their day with linen, the shirt. For men, this was the equivalent of the woman's smock, the foundational layer that touched the skin and absorbed sweat. Tudor men's shirts were surprisingly long, reaching to mid-thigh or even the knee. They were made from linen, always white or natural cream, and they were changed daily by anyone who could afford it. But here's what's different from women's smocks. Men's shirts had much fuller sleeves, massively full. We're talking sleeves that used 3 to 4 yards of fabric each, gathered into the armhole and the wrist. Why so much fabric? Because these sleeves were meant to be pulled through slashes in the doublet and puffed out dramatically. The shirt wasn't hidden, it was part of the display. The construction was simple but required quality. Linen shirts were sewn with flat-felled seams, a technique where the seam allowances are folded and stitched flat, creating a smooth finish with no raw edges. This was crucial because the shirt would be visible at the neck, wrists, and through those slashes we'll talk about shortly. Henry VI's wardrobe accounts from 1530 show he owned 47 shirts. 47! These range from everyday shirts of holland cloth, a fine linen, to ceremonial shirts of lawn, the absolute finest linen available, nearly transparent in its delicacy. The lawn shirts were embroidered at the collar and cuffs with black work, just like women's smocks. Remember, everyone cared about that visible edge. Now after the shirt came the hose, and this is where Tudor men's clothing gets genuinely strange to modern eyes. Hose weren't socks, they weren't tights, they were more like leg-shaped fabric tubes that you tied to your doublet and hoped for the best. In the early Tudor period, men wore separate hose for each leg, literally 2 individual stockings that went all the way up to the crotch and were tied to the doublet with points. But by the 1540s, joined hose became more common, essentially tights, but with a crucial gap at the front, a gap that needed covering. Enter the codpiece. Now I can see you smirking. Yes, we're talking about it. But here's what you need to understand. The codpiece started as pure function and evolved into the most absurd fashion statement in human history. Initially, around 1400, the codpiece was just a triangular piece of fabric that laced over the gap in the front of the hose. It was modest, practical, necessary. Men needed access for bodily functions, and the codpiece provided a flap that could be unlaced and laced back up. Simple. But by 1520, something had shifted. The codpiece started to grow, to project outward, to become padded, stiffened, decorated. By 1540, codpieces had become pronounced bulges that jutted out from the body at sometimes ridiculous angles. Henry VIII's codpieces were legendary. His armour from the 1540s, which still survives at the Tower of London, has built-in metal codpieces that project outward over 6 inches. 6 inches of steel codpiece. The fabric versions were even more dramatic, padded with wool or horsehair to create impossible bulges. Why? Masculinity display. Pure and simple. The codpiece became a symbol of virility, of masculine power, of sexual potency. The larger your codpiece, the more man you were, or at least that's what fashion dictated. It was peacocking taken to its absolute extreme, and they decorated them. Oh, they decorated them. Embroidery, jewels, metallic thread, even ribbons and bows. Henry VIII had codpieces embroidered with his initials. Some gentlemen had codpieces that matched their doublets in fabric and trim. There are portraits showing codpieces decorated with pearls, with gold thread, with elaborate patterns. But here's where it gets really interesting. The codpiece also became functional storage. Yes, you read that correctly. The padded codpiece created a pocket-like space where men stored small valuables. Coins, love tokens, even small weapons like daggers. There are several accounts of men being searched and having items confiscated from their codpieces. A 1562 court case describes a gentleman who tried to smuggle a letter out of the palace, concealed in his codpiece, which was of substantial size and well suited to such deception. The gentleman was caught, the letter confiscated, and he was banned from court. The codpiece had betrayed him. The construction was complex. A well-made codpiece required a shaped pattern, often reinforced with buckram or even thin wood to hold the projection. This would be covered in the outer fabric, padded internally, and attached to the hose with buttons or points at the sides. Getting it positioned correctly required help. You couldn't do it alone and maintain any dignity. By 1570, codpieces had reached peak absurdity. Some projected 8 to 10 inches from the body. Some were shaped to point upward at aggressive angles. The sumptuary laws tried to control them. There's a 1566 proclamation limiting codpiece projection to no more than 4 inches for gentlemen below the rank of baron. 4 inches. Can you imagine officials measuring codpieces at court entrances? Because that's apparently what happened. There are fragmentary records of codpiece inspections at major court events where men whose codpieces exceeded legal limits were turned away. But fashion, as always, found loopholes. Compressed codpieces that would expand once inside. Codpieces with removable padding that could be added after passing inspection. The creativity was impressive, if mildly ridiculous. Now, over the shirt and hose came the doublet. This was the main upper body garment, the equivalent of a jacket or waistcoat. The doublet was fitted, buttoned or laced up the front, and absolutely essential to the male silhouette. Here's the key thing about doublets. They were padded, heavily padded, especially at the chest and shoulders. The goal was to create a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, powerful silhouette, the masculine ideal. They achieved this through a technique called bombasting, which we mentioned with sleeves earlier. The doublet would have an outer layer of expensive fabric, velvet, satin, damask, and an inner lining. Between these layers they'd stuff padding material, wool, horsehair, even sawdust. The padding was held in place by quilting stitches that created patterns across the chest. The more padding, the more masculine you appeared. Henry VIII's doublets from the 1540s show extensive padding. His natural chest was probably around 52 inches, but his doublets measure 58 to 60 inches, an extra 6 to 8 inches of pure padding. This created the illusion that he was still the powerful, broad-chested warrior king, even as his actual body deteriorated. The doublet also had sleeves. Remember, everything had separate sleeves that attached with points through eyelets, and these sleeves were where the real artistry happened. Slashing and puffing. Slashing was the technique of cutting decorative slits in the outer fabric and pulling the shirt fabric through to create puffs. This started as military fashion. Swiss and German soldiers would slash their clothes to incorporate looted fabric, but it became refined court style by the 1520s. The slashing had to be precise. Horizontal slashes, vertical slashes, diagonal patterns, all carefully cut and arranged. Through each slash, you'd pull a puff of the shirt fabric. The effect was this textured, almost ruffled surface that caught light and created visual interest. But here's the trick. You couldn't just cut random slashes. The fabric would fray uncontrollably. Tudor tailors developed techniques to control this. They'd cut the slashes, then treat the edges with solutions, mixtures of egg white, vinegar and alum, that stiffened the fabric and controlled fraying. The fraying that remained was intentional, creating those feathered edges. Some doublets had hundreds of slashes. Henry VIII's doublets from the 1530s show elaborate slashing patterns that must have taken weeks to execute. Each slash had to be cut to exactly the right depth. Too shallow, and no fabric could be pulled through. Too deep, and you'd cut into the lining and ruin the doublet. The puffing was equally labour-intensive. You couldn't just shove fabric through randomly. Each puff had to be carefully arranged, often pinned or tacked from the inside to maintain the right volume and shape. Getting this right required experience and skill. Over the doublet came the jerkin, an optional but common layer. The jerkin was essentially a sleeveless doublet, worn over the regular doublet for extra warmth or formality. It could be made from leather, heavy wool, or expensive fabrics. The jerkin often had more elaborate decoration than the doublet because it was the outer visible layer. Some jerkins had hanging sleeves, those decorative sleeves we talked about in the women's section, that were purely ornamental. Men's hanging sleeves could be even more extravagant than women's, trailing on the ground behind them as they walked. And finally, the gown. Yes, men wore gowns. These were long, flowing outer robes, often fur-lined, that signified status and authority. Judges wore gowns. Scholars wore gowns. Kings absolutely wore gowns. Henry VIII's gowns were spectacular. Floor-length robes made from cloth of gold, lined with sable or ermine, with sleeves that could be worn or left hanging. These gowns weighed 15 to 20 pounds and required careful management to walk without tripping. The gowns had multiple purposes. They provided warmth in drafty palaces. They displayed wealth. The fur linings alone could cost a fortune. And they created an imposing silhouette that made the wearer appear larger, more authoritative, more royal. Now let's talk about the actual process of getting Henry VIII dressed in his later years. By the 1540s, Henry was massively overweight. Estimates put him at over 300 pounds and had an ulcerated leg that caused constant pain. Dressing him required a team and careful coordination. First, the grooms of the stool and Privy Chamber would help him with the shirt. This sounds simple, but getting a shirt over Henry's bulk without tearing the fabric required 2 or 3 men. They'd support his arms, guide the fabric, button the collar. The hose came next, each leg individually. Men would support Henry's weight as he lifted each leg, then carefully pull the hose up and tie them to the shirt with points. The codpiece would be positioned and attached, again requiring assistance to get the alignment right. The doublet was a major operation. They'd prepare it beforehand, loosening all laces and buttons. Then multiple men would help Henry slide his arms into the sleeves, which were attached separately, remember. while others supported the body of the doublet. The sleeves would be pinned on. The doublet would be laced or buttoned up the front, adjusted for fit, arranged to sit properly. If Henry was wearing a jerkin, that came next. Similar process, more layers, more adjustment. Then the gown, carefully draped over his shoulders, arranged to hang properly, sleeves positioned just so. The entire process took 2 hours on average. 2 hours of multiple men working in careful coordination, and this was every single day. Sometimes twice a day if Henry needed to change for evening events. The cost of maintaining a royal male wardrobe was staggering. A 1542 account shows Henry spent £340 on clothing that year, roughly £340,000 in modern money. This included fabrics, tailoring, washing, repairs and replacement, and that's just 1 year. Common gentlemen couldn't afford this level of maintenance. They'd own perhaps 2 doublets, 1 jerkin, 1 gown. They'd wear each piece for months before replacement. The slashing would become genuine tears. The padding would compress and become lumpy. The codpiece would soften and lose its projection, a source of genuine shame. There was a whole industry of doublet restuffing services in London. You'd bring in your flattened doublet. They'd remove the old padding, add fresh stuffing, requilt the surface, and return it looking almost new. Account books show this service cost about 2 shillings. Expensive, but cheaper than a new doublet. The male silhouette also required specific undergarments we haven't mentioned. Some men wore a belly piece, essentially a corset for men, to create or maintain a flat stomach. This was especially common for older gentlemen whose bodies had thickened. The belly piece laced up the back and compressed the abdomen, creating a smooth line for the doublet to fit over. There are surviving examples of these male corsets from the late 1500s. They're made from heavy canvas, stiffened with glue, sometimes boned with wood or whalebone. They must have been uncomfortable, but vanity demanded sacrifice from men just as much as from women, and the maintenance. Men's clothing required constant care. This slashing meant more surface area to collect dirt. The padding absorbed sweat and needed regular cleaning, or more often, replacement. The linen shirts needed daily washing. The codpiece needed regular repadding as the stuffing compressed. Wealthy men employed specialized servants for clothing care. A doublet keeper, whose sole job was maintaining the doublets, checking for tears, refreshing padding, ensuring buttons were secure. A hose keeper for the hose and codpiece. These positions were well paid because the work was skilled and essential. So when you look at those portraits of Henry VIII, standing with legs apart, massive chest, prominent codpiece, flowing gown, remember that this image required hours of labour, a team of servants, pounds of padding, and engineering that would impress a modern clothing designer. The Tudor male form was as artificial as the female form. Both genders reshaped their bodies to fit ideals. Both suffered for fashion. Both understood that appearance was power, and power required sacrifice. But we're still not quite done with the dressing process. Because all these layers, all this careful construction, all this architectural achievement of fabric and padding, it could all be destroyed by one thing. Something so basic, so human, so unavoidable, that Tudor courtiers developed an entire science to combat it. Smell, body odour, the reality that no amount of fabric could completely hide the fact that you were a human being who sweated, who lived in those clothes for hours, who couldn't escape your own body. And the solutions they developed, the perfumes, the pomanders, the desperate attempts to mask reality with fragrance, well, that's a story of chemistry, desperation, and some truly creative problem-solving. There's a myth about Tudor England that simply won't die. You've heard it. Maybe you even believe it. The myth says they never bathed. They just covered themselves in perfume to hide the smell. It's completely wrong. The truth is so much more interesting, so much more complex, and honestly, so much more relatable than the myth. Because the Tudors absolutely understood hygiene. They just had a completely different framework for achieving it. And when you understand their methods, when you see the sophistication of their approach to cleanliness and scent, you realize these weren't dirty people stumbling around in ignorance. These were people with a carefully developed system that actually worked. Let me take you back to that moment we started with. 7 a.m, Hampton Court Palace, 1530. The king has been dressed in his layers, but before he emerges from his private chambers, before anyone sees him, there's one final step, the perfume ritual. A groom of the stool brings forward a small locked casket. Inside are vials, pomanders, sachets, an arsenal of scent. And these aren't just pleasant fragrances, these are medical interventions. Because the Tudors believed that smell could kill you or cure you, that the right fragrance could prevent plague, and that the wrong odour could literally transmit disease. They called it miasma theory. The idea that diseases travelled through foul air, through bad smells, and if disease came from smell, then good smells could prevent it. This wasn't superstition. Well, not entirely. This was their scientific framework, their understanding of how illness spread. So the perfume served a dual purpose. They made you smell pleasant, yes, but more importantly, they protected you from death. The base of Tudor perfume was usually rose oil or violet oil, extracted through a laborious process of steeping petals in fat, then separating the scented oil. A single ounce of pure rose oil required approximately 5 pounds of rose petals and weeks of processing. The cost was astronomical. An ounce of high-quality rose oil could cost as much as a week's wages for a skilled craftsman. Henry VIII's perfumers, yes, he had multiple, and they competed for his favour, developed signature blends. The accounts from 1535 describe one perfumer named William Smith, who created a water for the king's grace containing rose, lavender, rosemary and musk, in proportions known only to himself. Musk was the game-changer ingredient. Real musk came from the glandular secretions of the musk deer, imported from Tibet at enormous expense. It was musky, animalic, powerful, and it lasted. A garment scented with musk would retain the fragrance for weeks. The problem was that real musk cost a fortune. Henry VIII's perfume accounts show he spent $47 in 1538 on musk alone, roughly $47,000 in modern money, for smell. But musk did something crucial. It covered the smell of the wool padding in all those garments. Remember all that bombasting we talked about? Wool and horsehair stuffing in doublets and sleeves. When that absorbed sweat, when it got damp, it smelled like wet sheep. Because that's what it was. Musk was strong enough to overpower that organic reality. Lesser nobles and gentlemen who couldn't afford genuine musk used substitutes. Ambergris, a substance from whale intestines that washed up on beaches, was cheaper and also effective. It had a sweet, earthy scent that blended well with florals. There was an entire industry of ambergris hunters along the coasts, searching for these grey lumps of whale digestive matter that were worth their weight in silver. The really desperate used civet, a secretion from civet cats. It was cheaper than musk, more available, but also more likely to go wrong. Too much civet and you smelled like a cat had marked its territory on you. The balance had to be perfect and most people got it wrong. But here's where Tudor hygiene gets really interesting. They understood layering, not just clothing layers, scent layers. First layer, the body wash. Every morning a gentleman or lady would rub down with scented water, not a full bath. Remember, they believed that opened your pores to dangerous miasmas, but a vigorous rub down with a cloth dampened in rose water or lavender water. This cleaned the skin surface and provided a base layer of scent. There are detailed instructions in a 1526 household manual. Take a fair linen cloth, dampen it in rose water wherein rosemary has been steeped, and rub vigorously all parts of the body, paying particular attention to the armpits, the neck, and behind the ears. This cleanseth and sweeteneth the flesh. Second layer, the linen. Remember how they changed their shirts and smocks daily? That fresh linen was often scented before wearing. They'd store clean linens in chests with sachets, small fabric bags filled with dried lavender, rose petals, orris root powder, and spices. The linens would absorb these scents and carry them against the skin all day. Elizabeth Thrynn's wardrobe accounts from 1575 show purchase of 24 linen sachets filled with lavender, rose, and powdered orris for sweetening of Her Majesty's smocks and linens. They refreshed these sachets monthly, emptying out the old herbs and replacing them with fresh ones. Third layer, pomanders. These were the secret weapons of Tudor scent management. A pomander was a small perforated container, usually made of silver or gold for the wealthy, brass for the middling sort, filled with aromatic substances. You'd wear it on a chain around your neck or attached to your belt, and throughout the day it would release fragrance. The contents varied wildly. The simplest pomanders contained ambergris mixed with rose petals. More complex versions contained elaborate recipes: ambergris, musk, civis, benzoin resin, storax, powdered sandalwood, dried rose petals, lavender, cloves, nutmeg, and sometimes ground pearls or coral, believed to have additional protective properties. There's a pomander recipe from 1570 that's almost pharmaceutical in its precision. Take 2 drams of labdanum, 1 dram of storax, half a dram of benzoin, 6 grains of musk, 4 grains of civet, mix with rose oil to bind, form into a ball, and pierce through for the chain. The piercing was important. The pomander needed holes to release scent, but not so many that the contents would dry out too quickly. Getting the ratio of holes right was an art. Too few, and the scent was too subtle. Too many, and your expensive pomander contents would be depleted within weeks instead of months. Elizabeth owned 63 pomanders. 63. Different sizes, different metals, different scent combinations for different occasions. The inventory from 1588 describes 1 pomander of gold set with rubies, containing the Queen's secret recipe against plague, worn during public audiences. That secret recipe against plague was probably heavy on rue and wormwood, bitter herbs believed to drive away pestilence. During plague years, everyone's pomanders shifted toward these medicinal herbs. The sweet florals were set aside for bitter, pungent scents that supposedly created a protective barrier. Fourth layer, the sweet bags. These were small fabric sachets filled with scented powders, tucked into pockets or pinned inside clothing. They served the same purpose as pomanders but were cheaper and could be positioned strategically, in the bodice, in the sleeves, even in shoes. A 1553 recipe for sweet bag filling instructs: mix dried rose petals, powdered orris root, ground cloves, cinnamon, and dried lavender in equal measures. Grind to a fine powder. Store in silk bags which may be placed about the person to sweeten the garments and protect against noxious airs. The ground cloves and cinnamon were antibacterial. They didn't know this in scientific terms, but they knew empirically that these spices prevented rot and decay. The logic was, if they preserve meat, Perhaps they preserve health. It wasn't entirely wrong. But let's address the elephant in the room, or rather the smell in the room. Did they actually smell bad despite all this? Probably sometimes, yes. Especially in summer, especially at crowded court events, especially when someone's wool padding had gotten sweaty and their pomander was depleted. But there's a key thing to understand. Smell sensitivity is culturally relative. What smelled normal to them would probably offend us. What smells normal to us would probably confuse them. Our modern obsession with being completely odorless, using deodorants, antiperspirants, scented soaps, perfumes on top of all that, would seem bizarre and excessive to them. They expected people to smell like people, like humans who wore wool and walked everywhere and lived in their clothes. But they also expected you to manage that smell responsibly. The person who reeked of old sweat was just as socially unacceptable then as now. They just had different tools to prevent it, and some of those tools were surprisingly effective. The combination of daily linen changes, scented washing, layered fragrances and pomanders could genuinely mask or eliminate body odour. Ruth Goodman, that historian who tested Tudor hygiene practices, reported that the linen change method worked remarkably well. The fabric absorbed odour before it could become problematic. The real smell issue wasn't bodies, it was breath. Tooth decay was rampant. Dental hygiene was primitive. People's breath could be genuinely foul, and close conversation must have been challenging. They tried to address this with breath sweeteners, small tablets of sugar mixed with rose water, mint, and spices that you'd suck on throughout the day. Elizabetha consumed these constantly. Her teeth were notoriously black from sugar consumption. Yes, that's a documented fact. Multiple ambassadors mentioned her blackened teeth in their reports, but she masked the associated breath odour with elaborate breath sweeteners that her apothecary prepared fresh weekly. The recipe survives. Sugar boiled with rose water until thick, flavoured with oil of mint, formed into small cakes, and dried. Her Majesty takes these after meals and between times when meeting with ambassadors or attending upon business of state. There were also breath-masking techniques. Chewing on cloves was common. The clove oil temporarily numbed the mouth and provided strong scent. Chewing fennel seeds, rinsing the mouth with rose water or wine before important conversations. Now let's talk about the spaces themselves, because personal scent was only half the battle. Rooms needed managing too. The Tudors burned enormous amounts of incense, not just in churches, but in private chambers, in public halls, in any space where people gathered. The incense served multiple purposes. It provided pleasant scent, obviously, but it also combated what they called close air, the stale air of rooms with poor ventilation. They believed that burning fragrant resins purified the air, making it safe to breathe. Frankincense and myrrh were imported from Arabia at great expense for royal and noble households. Lesser families burned cheaper resins, pine, juniper, or local herbs like rosemary and lavender. The smell of a Tudor Great Hall would have been a complex blend of incense smoke, human scent, perfumes, and the underlying smell of rushes on the floor. Oh, the rushes! This is crucial to understanding Tudor hygiene. The floors weren't bare stone or wood in living spaces. These are covered with rushes or reeds, usually mixed with herbs. These weren't just scattered randomly. They were a deliberate scent and hygiene system. The rushes absorbed spills, provided insulation, and released fragrance when crushed underfoot. They'd mix in lavender, meadowsweet, mint, and other aromatic herbs. As people walked, the herbs would release scent. It was air freshening through foot traffic. But here's the problem. Those rushes also absorbed everything. Spilled food, dropped scraps, other substances. They needed regular changing, but regular might mean every few months rather than weekly. Wealthy households with good stewards changed them monthly. Poorer households might leave them for a year. Erasmus, the Dutch scholar, visited England in 1530 and was horrified by the rushes. He wrote, "The floors are commonly of clay, strewed with rushes, under which lies unmolested an ancient collection of beer, grease, fragments, bones, spittle, excrement of dogs and cats, and everything that is nasty." That's probably an exaggeration. Erasmus had an axe to grind and was prone to dramatic complaints, but it suggests that rush management varied wildly by household. Well-run establishments kept them fresh and sweet. Poorly managed ones let them become genuinely foul. Elizabetha was obsessive about rush maintenance. Palace regulations from 1560 specify that rushes in her private chambers were to be changed weekly, and rushes in public rooms monthly. Special herb mixtures were prepared for her rooms, heavy on lavender and rose, light on the cheaper meadowsweet. The cost of this was substantial. A 1572 account shows Westminster Palace spent $34 that year on rushes and herbs for flooring. That's a third of what they spent on candles. It was a major household expense. But back to personal scent, because there's one more layer we haven't discussed. The gloves. Scented gloves were perhaps the most intimate scent delivery system the Tudors developed. Gloves were made from the finest leather, kidskin was preferred, and they were perfumed in a specific process. The leather would be soaked in a mixture of rose oil, musk and alcohol, then dried slowly. The scent would penetrate the leather completely. When you wore these gloves, your hands would smell divine for hours. But more than that, when you removed the gloves after wearing them, your hands would retain the scent. It transferred from the leather to your skin. It was a way of carrying fragrance that felt more natural than applying perfume directly. Elizabethae received scented gloves as gifts constantly. They were diplomatic presents, tokens of affection, bribes. Everyone knew she loved them. The accounts show she owned over 200 pairs of scented gloves in various fragrances. There's a famous story, possibly apocryphal but widely believed, that someone tried to assassinate Elizabeth by sending her poison-scented gloves. The poison would absorb through her skin from the leather. She was warned in time and never wore them. Whether true or not, it shows how intimate these scented items were. They touched your skin directly for hours. The scent of a Tudor courtier, then, was a carefully constructed symphony. The bass note of clean linen, the heart note of pomander fragrance, the top note of scented gloves or breath sweeteners, and underneath, managed but present, the reality of human bodies living in wool and velvet. Was it perfect? No. Did they smell like modern people with modern hygiene? Absolutely not. But were they the unwashed masses of popular imagination covering filth with perfume? Also no. They had a system, a sophisticated multi-layered approach to cleanliness and scent that worked within their understanding of health and disease. And here's what moves me about all this: the care they took, the attention to detail, the understanding that how you smelled affected how people perceived you, how they felt in your presence, whether they trusted you or recoiled from you. Scent was social currency, and they invested heavily in it. So when you imagine a Tudor court, don't imagine overwhelming stench masked by heavy perfume. Imagine instead a complex scent landscape, rose and musk and wool and incense and herbs, all blending into something uniquely Tudor. Something that would smell foreign to us, certainly, but not necessarily unpleasant. Just different. But even with all these preparations, even with every layer of clothing perfectly arranged, every scent carefully applied, there was still one final challenge. One final test before you could step into the public eye. The journey through the palace itself, through the layered rooms and guarded chambers where your clothing would literally determine how far you could go. And understanding this system, this architectural filtering of status, well, that's when you finally see how getting dressed wasn't just about looking good. It was about access to power itself. Imagine standing at the outer gates of Hampton Court Palace. You're dressed in your finest, every layer we've discussed perfectly arranged. Your smock is pristine white with black work at the cuffs. Your farthingale creates the perfect silhouette. Your gown is the most expensive thing you own. Your ruff is starched to architectural perfection. You smell of rose and musk. You look absolutely magnificent. And then the guard stops you at the first door. "I'm sorry," he says, barely glancing at you. "Your gown lacks sufficient embroidery for entry to the presence chamber. You may proceed only as far as the Great Hall." Just like that, your outfit has been judged, and that judgment determines your entire day, where you can go, who you can see, whether you have any chance of catching the king's attention. Because Tudor palaces weren't just buildings, they were filtering systems, and your clothes were your passport. Let me walk you through the architecture of access, because this is where everything we've discussed, every layer, every expense, every hour of preparation, finally shows its purpose. Hampton Court Palace, like most royal residences, was designed as a series of increasingly exclusive spaces. Think of it like security clearance levels, except instead of badges and ID cards, they checked your hemline, your fabric, the length of your train, the quality of your sleeves. The outermost space was the base court, completely public. Anyone could enter, merchants delivering goods, petitioners hoping for an audience, random townspeople who wanted to see the palace. No dress code here beyond basic decency. You could be wearing wool, wearing linen, wearing whatever you owned. Access granted. But step through to the next courtyard, the clock court at Hampton Court, or the equivalent spaces at Whitehall or Greenwich, and suddenly there were standards. Yeomen of the guard stood at every entrance, and they'd been trained to assess clothing quality at a glance. The 1526 Eltham Ordinances, the rule book for Henry VIII's court, specifically states that guards should refuse entry to any person not suitably attired according to their degree and the dignity of the space they seek to enter. This wasn't casual enforcement. This was policy. What did suitably attired mean? It varied by location and rank, but there were general principles. Your outer garments had to be made from quality fabric. No rough wool, no obviously cheap materials. Your clothing had to be clean. Stained or dirty garments suggested poverty or disrespect. And crucially, your outfit had to include the markers of your rank. For gentlemen, this meant at minimum a proper doublet and hose, ideally with a jerkin or short gown. For gentlewomen, a complete outfit including kirtle, gown, and appropriate headwear. Servants in livery, the standardized clothing that identified them with a noble household, could pass based on the status of their employer. But casual visitors in everyday clothes stopped at this level. The guard would gesture to a side entrance. The service courtyard is that way. You'd be redirected to spaces designated for common people. You could still conduct business, deliver a message, make a purchase from palace workshops, but you wouldn't see anything impressive. You definitely wouldn't see royalty. Let's say you pass this checkpoint. Your clothes are good enough. You proceed to the Great Hall, the first truly magnificent interior space. This was where the household dined, where some audiences were held, where the daily business of a royal court unfolded. The Great Hall at Hampton Court could hold 600 people for meals. 600! All seated according to rank, all wearing clothing that declared their status. The high table on the raised dais for the most important nobility, the upper tables on the main floor for knights and wealthy gentlemen, the lower tables for everyone else who'd managed to gain entry. Your clothing determined your table assignment, not just metaphorically, literally. There were ushers whose job was to direct you to the appropriate seating based on visible assessment of your rank. They'd look at your fabric, your trim, your jewels, if any, and make an instant decision. A 1532 account describes an incident where a wealthy merchant tried to sit at an upper table based on his expensive clothing. He was wearing velvet, technically legal for his rank, and assumed this granted him better placement. The usher stopped him. "Your velvet is purchased, sir, not inherited. The upper tables are for those of gentle birth." The merchant was humiliated, forced to the lower tables despite his fine clothes. This was the cruelty of the system. Money could buy fabric, but fabric alone didn't guarantee respect. Birth still mattered. A minor nobleman in simple but well-cut wool outranked a rich merchant in expensive velvet. The ushers knew this. Everyone knew this. Your clothes could claim status, but your lineage confirmed or denied it. From the Great Hall, the truly privileged could proceed to the Great Watching Chamber. This was the first of what were called the Watching Chambers, rooms where guards and gentlemen ushers controlled access to increasingly private royal spaces. The dress requirements jumped significantly here. The Great Watching Chamber had a minimum standard, knights and their social equivalents only. How did they determine this? By a combination of clothing assessment and recognition. Regular courtiers were known by sight. Newcomers had their clothing scrutinized in detail. Your gown had to be made from silk, velvet, or damask at minimum. Wool, even fine wool, wasn't acceptable. Your gown had to have proper proportions, a train of appropriate length, sleeves of sufficient quality. For gentlemen, your doublet had to show evidence of expensive tailoring, slashing, embroidery, quality buttons. There's a wonderful letter from 1540 where an ambitious gentleman describes his preparation for his first visit to the Great Watching Chamber. "I spared no expense on my doublet, knowing that my fabric would be my introduction. I chose crimson velvet slashed to show cloth of gold beneath, though the cost near ruined me. But it served its purpose. The usher admitted me without question, assuming from my garment that I had every right to enter. The calculated risk paid off. His expensive doublet bought him access he couldn't have achieved through connections alone. But notice the anxiety in his letter, near ruined me. This was the financial knife edge that ambitious courtiers walked constantly. Beyond the Great Watching Chamber lay the Presence Chamber, the room containing the throne, where formal audiences occurred. This was where the king appeared publicly, where ambassadors were received, where the court gathered for ceremonial occasions. Entry requirements were severe. Only those of noble rank or those specifically summoned. Your clothing had to be formal court dress, your absolute finest. For women, this meant cloth of gold or silver if you could afford it, or at minimum the finest silk or velvet. Full court gowns with proper trains, elaborate headdresses. For men, their most decorated doublets, formal gowns, the full peacocking display. But even having the right clothes didn't guarantee entry. The gentlemen ushers at this level knew everyone who belonged. If you were unknown, if you couldn't provide proof of summons or noble status, your expensive clothes meant nothing. You'd be politely but firmly redirected. "I'm afraid this chamber is not accessible without specific invitation, sir." The humiliation of being turned away despite wearing your finest, despite spending a fortune on your outfit, must have been crushing. There are scattered references in letters and diaries to this experience. The shame of being judged insufficient despite enormous preparation. Beyond the presence chamber, for the truly elite, lay the Privy Chamber. We've talked about this space before. This was where the king actually spent time, where his intimate servants had access, where real power resided. Entry to the Privy Chamber wasn't about clothing anymore, it was about position. You had to be a gentleman or lady of the Privy Chamber, officially appointed and sworn. But even here clothing mattered. The Privy Chamber had standards about what could be worn in the king's intimate presence. The Eltham ordinances specify that Privy Chamber attendants must be cleanly and honestly apparelled in satin or damask at minimum, with fresh linen daily, and in all ways presentable to His Majesty's eye. Even the king's closest servants couldn't appear in substandard clothing, and there were special rules for when the king was present versus absent. When the king was in the Privy Chamber, everyone had to be in formal dress. When he was absent, slightly more relaxed standards applied. You could remove your formal gown, though your doublet and hose had to remain quality garments. The final level, the king's bedchamber and the rooms beyond, we've already explored. These were accessible only to the handful of men who dressed and undressed the king. And even here, even in the most private royal space, there were clothing standards. The grooms had to wear clean livery at all times. The gentlemen had to be properly dressed even at 6 in the morning when they entered to wake the king. So let's trace a complete journey. You're a minor nobleman visiting court for the first time. You've spent 6 months' income on an appropriate outfit, velvet doublet with silk lining, hose of fine wool, a short gown trimmed with fur, a proper hat with a feather. You arrive at the outer gate. The guard glances at you, sees quality clothing, waves you through to the clock court. You proceed. Another guard stops you, looks more carefully. He sees your gown's fur trim. Good. He sees your doublet's construction. Acceptable. He lets you pass to the great hall. You enter. An usher approaches. He examines your outfit in detail, the cut of your doublet, the quality of your hose, the style of your hat. He asks your name and title. You give them. He calculates. Minor nobleman, decent clothes, no special connections. The middle table, sir. You're directed to seat yourself with other minor nobility and wealthy knights. You spend the meal craning your neck to see the high table, where the great lords sit in their cloth of gold. You watch the even more privileged few who leave after the meal, heading deeper into the palace. You wonder what it would take to join them. After the meal, feeling bold, you try to proceed to the great watching chamber. The gentleman usher stops you. May I know your business, sir? You stammer something about hoping to observe the court. He looks you over. Your clothes are fine, but you're unknown. I'm afraid observation is not permitted, sir. The watching chambers are for those with specific business or appointment. Rejected. You retreat, frustrated. You've spent a fortune, dressed perfectly by any reasonable standard, and still hit a wall of access you can't pass. This was the reality for hundreds of courtiers. Your clothes could get you far, but they couldn't get you everywhere. At some point, birth, position, or personal favour became necessary. Clothing was the entry key, but relationships were the password. But here's what's clever about this system. It was highly visible and completely deniable. If you were excluded, the official reason was always something else. No specific business today. The chamber is full. Perhaps another time. They'd never say, your clothes aren't good enough, or you're not important enough. But everyone understood that's what was being communicated, and this is why the fashion competition was so intense. Because upgrading your wardrobe was the one thing you could control. You couldn't change your birth. You couldn't force the king to like you, but you could spend money or go into debt to dress above your station. And maybe, just maybe, the ushers would assume you belonged somewhere you didn't. The debt this created was staggering. Account books and letters from the period are full of references to gentlemen and ladies borrowing money for court clothes, selling land to afford a cloth of gold gown, mortgaging estates to appear properly dressed. There's a heartbreaking letter from 1555 where a gentleman writes to his steward, "Sell the manor at Thornbury if you must. I cannot appear at court in last year's doublet, and a new one of adequate quality will cost 40. This sale will hurt, but social death hurts more." He sold a manor, a profitable property, to buy a doublet. One item of clothing, because the alternative was becoming invisible, irrelevant, forgotten. In Tudor court society, that was death. But for those who navigated it successfully, for those whose clothes opened doors and whose connections kept them open, the system worked beautifully. Each layer of the palace filtered out the unworthy, creating increasingly exclusive spaces where the powerful could operate without distraction from the merely ambitious. Elizabeth then perfected this system. By her reign, the filtering was so refined that she could control exactly who saw her and when, all based on architectural space and dress codes. Her court became a machine for managing access, with clothing as the primary sorting mechanism. And here's the thing that strikes me most. We still do this. We still judge people by their clothes. We still use fashion as a sorting mechanism for social access. The Tudor system was just more honest about it. The guards didn't pretend it was about anything else. They looked at your clothes and decided if you belonged. Modern society does the same with dress codes, with unspoken rules about what's appropriate wear, with the subtle ways we signal belonging or exclusion through fashion choices. We've just gotten better at pretending it's not happening. So all those hours of dressing, all those layers we've discussed, all that expense and effort, it was ultimately about this, about getting through doors, about accessing spaces, about being seen by the people who mattered. Your smock might be embroidered by your own hands, but only a few intimates would see it. Your gown, however, your gown would determine whether you even got close enough for anyone to see anything else. But there's one final chapter to this story, one last ritual that closes the circle. Because all these clothes, all these layers, all this architectural achievement, eventually it has to come off. And the undressing ceremony, the evening ritual that reverses everything we've built, well, that reveals truths about power, intimacy, and the human need for rest that are just as fascinating as the morning performance. The day is ending. The sun has set over the Thames. Candles are being lit throughout Hampton Court Palace, their warm glow replacing the fading daylight. And somewhere in the private chambers, a king or queen prepares for the most intimate ritual of the day, the undressing. If the morning dressing was a performance of power, the evening undressing was its mirror image, equally ceremonial, equally controlled, but reversed. And what happened in those private moments, as layer after layer came off, as the public persona dissolved into the private person, well, that's where the real secrets lived. Let me take you into Henry VIII's bedchamber at around 10 o'clock at night in 1535. The king has spent the entire day in his armour of fabric. He's attended council meetings, received ambassadors, dined publicly, possibly hunted or played tennis. He's been performing king for 16 hours straight. And now, finally, the performance can end. But it doesn't end casually. It ends ceremonially. The same gentlemen of the Privy Chamber who dressed him in the morning now return. But the atmosphere is different. Morning dressing was brisk, efficient, preparing for the day's battles. Evening undressing was slower, more careful, almost reverent. This was when the king's guard could finally drop, when the man beneath the monarch could briefly emerge. The Eltham ordinances specify the evening ritual in detail. The gentlemen of the Privy Chamber shall attend his Majesty at his disrobing, which shall occur at such hour as his Majesty determines. They shall assist with the removal of his garments in due order, treating each piece with care and respect. The order mattered because the garments had to be properly stored, brushed, aired, and prepared for future wear or distribution. Remember, nothing was casual about Tudor clothing. Every piece had value. Every item would be reused or repurposed. They'd start with the gown. This would be carefully removed, draped over a stand or laid flat on a table. If it was fur-lined, it had to be checked for any signs of wear or damage to the fur. The ermine or sable lining was worth a fortune and needed preservation. Then the jerkin, if worn. Then the doublet, unpinning the sleeves first, laying them aside, then unlacing or unbuttoning the body of the doublet. Each button was valuable, made from gold, silver, or expensive materials. If any had loosened during the day, a note would be made for the wardrobe staff to repair. With the doublet removed, Henry would be standing in his shirt and hose. And here's where it gets interesting. The codpiece. In private, away from court display, the codpiece's absurdity became apparent. That padded projection that had seemed so impressive in public now had to be carefully detached, its padding removed, its structure preserved for next time. There must have been something faintly ridiculous about this moment. The king standing there while servants unpacked his codpiece like it was a piece of luggage. But no one laughed. No one even smiled, because this was still a ritual, still a moment of royal service, and the men performing this service knew that laughter meant dismissal, or worse. The hose came off next, each leg separately if they were separate hose, or the whole garment if they were joined. The servants would check for any tears or worn spots. Hose wore out quickly at the knees and inner thighs from the constant friction of movement. And finally, the shirt. The long linen shirt that had been against Henry's skin all day would be removed. And here's what's remarkable. It would be replaced immediately with a fresh one. The Tudors had sleepwear, but it wasn't what we'd recognise as pyjamas. They slept in clean shirts, longer, looser versions of the day shirts made from softer linen. For men, this was called a nightshirt. For women, a night smock or night shift. The nightshirt was crucial to Tudor sleep hygiene. Remember their beliefs about miasma and bad air? They thought that during sleep, when your pores were open and vulnerable, you needed the protection of clean linen. The nightshirt absorbed any noxious vapours that might attack you during the night, preventing them from entering your body. Elizabeth's wardrobe accounts show she owned 37 night smocks. 37. Each one made from the finest holland cloth, soft enough not to irritate the skin during sleep. Many were embroidered at the neck and cuffs, even in sleep. Even when no one would see, there was decoration. But the embroidery on nightwear was different from daywear. It was subtler, often religious in theme. Crosses, sacred monograms, protective symbols. Because night was when you were most vulnerable, to illness, to evil spirits, to attack. The embroidered symbols were prayers made visible, protection stitched into the fabric. Henry VIII's nightshirts were simpler. Plain white holland, no embroidery in his later years. But in his younger days, his wardrobe accounts show nightshirts embroidered with H and K, for Henry and Catherine of Aragon, intertwined in lovers' knots. Intimate clothing with intimate messages, seen only by his bedchamber servants and his wife. After Anne Boleyn's execution, all clothing items bearing her initial were destroyed or had the embroidery unpicked, including nightshirts. There's something particularly chilling about that. The erasure extending even to what he wore to sleep. Now, let's talk about what happened to the clothing once removed, because this is where the economics of Tudor fashion becomes crystal clear. The gown, doublet, and other outer garments would be taken to the wardrobe department. There, specialists would examine each piece. Brushing was essential. Velvet and silk showed every speck of dust. They'd use soft brushes made from boar bristle or rabbit fur to clean the fabric gently. Any sweat stains on the lining would be spot-treated. They couldn't wash the entire garment. The construction would collapse. The padding would be ruined. But they could treat specific areas with solutions of white wine vinegar and water, which helped neutralize odors and remove light staining. The garments would then be aired, hung in a well-ventilated room, or in good weather outdoors in the shade. Sunlight would fade the colors, so shade was essential. The airing removed odors and prevented mildew. Then came storage. The most valuable items would be laid flat in chests with herbs and spices to prevent moths. Cedar chips were particularly valued. Moths hated cedar. Lavender, rosemary, and southernwood were also used. The chests themselves were often lined with fabric to prevent the wood from snagging the delicate garments. Less valuable items might be hung on perches, wooden poles designed for garment storage. But hanging stretched the fabric over time, so this was only for sturdy woolens that could handle the stress. The linen, the shirt Henry had worn all day, went immediately to the laundry. We've talked about the washing process before, but here's what's interesting. The king's linen was laundered separately from everyone else's. Always. His shirts never mixed with other people's laundry. This wasn't just about cleanliness, it was about security. There was genuine fear that someone could bewitch the king through his clothing, that a malicious person could obtain his shirt and use it in harmful magic. Keeping the royal laundry separate and controlled prevented this. The laundress who handled royal linen was a position of enormous trust. She was sworn to secrecy about what she observed. Stains could reveal illness. The quantity of sweat could indicate fever. Blood spots could suggest injury. She was essentially a medical observer, though that wasn't her official role. Anne Harris, Henry VIII's laundress, held the position for over 20 years. She knew things about Henry's body that even his physicians didn't. She saw the evidence on his linen. When his leg ulcer was particularly bad, she'd see blood and pus on his hose. When he was ill, she'd see the sweat stains that indicated fever. But she never spoke about it. Not once in the historical record is there mention of her revealing these intimate details. She understood that discretion was the price of her position, and possibly of her life. Now, for noble women, the undressing ritual was similar but involved different dynamics. A queen or noble lady would be attended by her ladies of the bedchamber, the female equivalent of the gentlemen of the Privy Chamber. These women would help remove the gown, the sleeves, the bodice, the petticoats, the farthingale, each layer coming off in reverse order of how it went on. The process could take an hour or more because rushing risked damaging expensive garments. The ruff would be removed with particular care. Unpinning it from the support ass without crushing the starched pleats required skill. The ruff would be taken immediately to whoever was responsible for ruff maintenance, never left crumpled overnight, or the pleating would collapse. Catherine of Aragon had a specific attendant whose sole job was ruff care. This woman would receive the ruffs each evening, check them for stains or damage, and prepare fresh ones for the morning. It was a full-time position, one woman, one task, year after year. As each layer came off, the noble woman would become lighter, quite literally. Remember, we estimated a full court outfit could weigh 40 pounds. Removing that weight must have felt like flying. The relief of being free from the farthingale, from the heavy bodice, from the layers of petticoats, it must have been almost euphoric. And then, like the king, she'd be dressed in her night smock. Fresh linen against skin that had been compressed and constrained all day. The night smock was loose, flowing, comfortable. the absolute opposite of the structured day wear. But here's something remarkable. Even the night smock followed rules. It had to cover the body completely, neck to ankles, wrist to fingertips. Exposed skin during sleep was considered dangerous, both spiritually and medically. The night air could carry illness. Evil spirits could enter through exposed flesh. Some deeply religious women wore hair shirts beneath their night smocks, rough, uncomfortable linen or even woven horsehair that irritated the skin. This was penance, suffering offered to God during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Catherine of Aragon was known to do this, particularly during times of spiritual crisis. After the divorce, in her exile, Catherine wore a hair shirt almost constantly. Her household accounts show purchases of rough linen for the Lady Catherine's private use. She was mortifying her flesh, seeking divine favour through physical suffering, and she did it under her clothes, invisible to everyone except the servants who dressed and undressed her. Now the bed itself was another site of ceremony and symbolism. Royal and noble beds were massive, elaborate structures, essentially rooms within rooms. They had curtains that could be drawn closed, creating a private space within the bedchamber. These bed curtains served multiple purposes. They blocked drafts. Bedchambers were often cold, and the curtains created a warmer microclimate. They provided privacy. Even if servants slept in the same room, which was common, the curtains created separation, and they were believed to filter the night air, protecting the sleeper from dangerous miasmas. The curtains were often made from expensive fabrics. Henry VIII had bed curtains of cloth of gold, of crimson velvet, of purple damask. When drawn, he slept in a cocoon of luxury that cost more than most people's homes. But here's what's humanizing. Once those curtains closed, once the final nightshirt was on, once the servants withdrew, the person inside was just a person. The same basic vulnerability, the same need for rest, the same human frailty that affects everyone. Henry VIII's nighttime routine in his later years was apparently quite pitiful. His leg ulcer caused him constant pain. He'd toss and turn, unable to get comfortable. His servants could hear him through the curtains, groaning, occasionally crying out. The public image of the powerful king dissolved into an old man suffering in the dark. Elizabeth I, by contrast, was known to be a terrible insomniac. She'd stay awake for hours, sometimes reading by candlelight, sometimes just lying there thinking. Her ladies would wait, curtained off in their own alcoves in the bedchamber, listening to determine if she needed anything. There's a letter from one of Elizabeth's ladies describing a night in 1590. Her Majesty did not sleep until past 3 of the morning. We could hear her moving within the bed curtains, could hear pages turning as she read. None dared intrude without being summoned. When finally she called for warm wine, it was nearly dawn. The intimacy of the bedchamber servants was extraordinary. They heard everything, the sounds of sleep, of illness, of intimate relations between married couples. They saw the evidence on the sheets each morning. They knew secrets that could destroy reputations or reveal state matters, and yet they stayed silent. The social contract was clear. They would see and hear everything, and they would speak of nothing. Betrayal meant ruin, not just dismissal, but potential execution for revealing royal secrets. There's only one documented case of a bedchamber servant being executed for revealing what they'd witnessed during undressing and bedtime. In 1541, one of Catherine Howard's chamber women was questioned about the Queen's nighttime activities. Under torture, she revealed that Catherine had received men in her bedchamber at night, had conducted affairs while the king slept elsewhere. The chamber woman was executed along with Catherine, not for participating in the adultery, but for knowing about it and not reporting it earlier. Her silence had protected the queen until it no longer could, and then her knowledge condemned her, so the undressing ritual was loaded with tension. The servants were witnesses to humanity at its most vulnerable, but they were sworn to pretend they saw nothing, heard nothing, knew nothing. The morning would come, the ritual would reverse, and the public persona would be reconstructed. But for those few hours in the darkness behind the bed curtains, royalty was just flesh and blood and pain and pleasure and fear and hope, like everyone else. And that's the final lesson of Tudor dressing and undressing. It was all performance. The morning construction of the royal body was theatre. The evening deconstruction was the end of the show, but the person underneath, the actual human being, that remained constant, just temporarily visible between the costumes. So we've come full circle, from the moment of waking, through the sacred morning ritual, through the layers upon layers of clothing, through the filtering of the palace, through the performance of power all day long, and finally back to the bedchamber where it all comes off, and the cycle prepares to begin again. But there's one final thread we need to pull, one last question we need to answer, because we've talked about what happened at court, about the rituals and the rules and the relentless performance, but what about everyone else? What about the merchants, the farmers, the servants, the vast majority of Tudor England who could never afford cloth of gold, who would never enter the Privy Chamber, who woke up each day and got dressed in clothes that we've barely mentioned? Their story matters too. And when you understand how ordinary people dressed, how they aspired and imitated and created their own versions of court fashion, well, that's when you see the true reach of these clothing rituals and how deeply they shaped an entire society. Wait, stop for a moment. Step away from the palace, from the velvet and the gold thread, from Henry VIII's bedchamber and Elizabeth's Privy Chamber. Because we've spent hours talking about royalty and nobility, about people who could afford 37 night smocks and doublets that cost a manor. But that was maybe 1% of Tudor England, maybe less. What about everyone else? What about the farmer's wife in Yorkshire who's never seen cloth of gold and never will? What about the apprentice tailor in London who makes clothes for others but can barely afford his own? What about the merchant's daughter who desperately wants to look fashionable but has a tenth of the budget? What about the servant who receives cast-off clothing from their employer and has to make it work? Their story is just as important, and in some ways it's more interesting. Because when you have unlimited resources, looking good is easy. But when you're working with scraps, with second-hand fabrics, with creativity instead of cash, that's when real ingenuity shows up. Let me introduce you to Margaret Simpson. She's not real. No individual records survive for someone of her exact circumstances, but she's typical of thousands of women in 1560s London. She's the wife of a moderately successful shoemaker, not poor, not wealthy, middling sort as they'd say, and she faces a problem that would be familiar to anyone on a budget. She wants to look respectable, maybe even fashionable, but she has about £5 per year for her entire wardrobe. £5. Remember, Elizabeth spent that much on a single pair of scented gloves, but for Margaret it's everything. So how does she dress? What does her version of the Tudor wardrobe look like? She owns 2 smocks, not 37 like Elizabeth, 2. One she wears while the other is being washed. They're made from coarse linen, not the fine lawn of noble ladies. The weave is visible, the fabric is scratchy, but it's clean. She washes them herself every week, using lye soap she makes from wood ash and animal fat. The smocks have no embroidery, no black work, no decorative cuffs, plain white linen with basic construction. But here's what's clever. The collars and cuffs are detachable. She's sewn them on with running stitches that can be easily removed. Why? Because collars and cuffs get dirty fastest. and by making them detachable, she can wash just those pieces more frequently without washing the entire smock. It saves wear on the garment and saves her labour. This detachable collar and cuff technique was widespread among working women. It's rarely mentioned in historical sources because it was so common, so obvious, that no one thought to write it down. But surviving garments show it clearly. The stitch marks where collars were repeatedly attached and removed. Margaret doesn't own a farthingale, can't afford one. The reeds from Spain, the canvas, the construction, it's beyond her budget. But she wants that fashionable silhouette, that shape that marks you as current and respectable. So what does she do? She makes a bum roll from scraps, takes old fabric pieces, sews them into a tube, stuffs it with wool scraps from her husband's workshop. He uses wool for shoe linings, and ties it around her hips. It's not as structured as a real farthingale, doesn't create that perfect cone shape, but it gives her skirts some width, some presence. And here's the brilliant part. She can adjust the stuffing based on the occasion. Going to church? Maximum stuffing for maximum respectability. Working around the house? Remove half the stuffing for easier movement. It's a variable farthingale, adapted to real life. Her kirtle is made from wool, good quality wool. Her husband is successful enough that she can afford that, but wool nonetheless. It's dyed with woad for a blue colour. She chose blue deliberately. Blue dye was more stable than many colours, less likely to fade quickly. A blue kirtle could last 5 to 7 years with care. The kirtle has no separate bodice and skirt. It's all one piece, laced up the back. She needs her neighbour's help to get it on and off. The lacing is impossible to reach alone, but one-piece construction is cheaper than separate pieces, uses less fabric, and is structurally simpler. She does have separate sleeves. This is where she shows creativity. She owns 3 pairs of sleeves in different colours and fabrics. By swapping sleeves, she can make her one kirtle look like 3 different outfits. Brown wool sleeves for every day, red wool for church, and 1 pair of slash sleeves in dark green that she made herself, carefully cutting the slashes and pulling through bits of her smock fabric to create a fashionable puffed effect. Those green slash sleeves represent weeks of work. She studied the sleeves of wealthy customers who came to her husband's shop. She noted the pattern of slashes, the spacing, the size. Then she practiced on scrap fabric until she could replicate it. The final version isn't perfect. A noble lady would spot the differences immediately, but to her neighbours, to people at church, she looks fashionable, current, respectable. Margaret owns 1 gown, it's made from dark wool, brown, practical, doesn't show dirt. She's had it for 6 years. The original fabric is now on its 3rd incarnation. It started as her mother's gown, was altered to fit Margaret when she married, and has been taken in and let out twice as her body changed. The gown shows signs of this history. If you look closely, you can see the old stitch marks where the waist used to be. You can see where panels were added at the sides for width. The hem has been let down. You can see the faded line where the original hem was, and the slightly fresher fabric below where it was lengthened. But she maintains it carefully, brushes it weekly, airs it monthly, spot cleans any stains immediately before they can set. She's treating this gown like the investment it is. Probably £3 of her annual budget went into the fabric and construction when it was new. She has no ruff. Ruffs require starch, and starch costs money she doesn't have. Instead, she wears a simple white collar attached to her smock, visible above her kirtle neckline. It's plain linen, clean, pressed flat with a heated iron. Not fashionable, but respectable. For headwear, she owns a coif, a simple linen cap that covers her hair completely. Married women must cover their hair, is not just fashion but morality. Her coif is plain white, no decoration. She owns two, so she can always have a clean one. On Sundays, she adds a hat over the coif, a simple felt hat, dark-coloured, with no feathers or decoration. It cost her 8p 3 years ago, and she expects it to last another 5 years at least. Now let's talk about what all this actually cost her. The two smocks, 10 shillings for the fabric made by herself. The kirtle, 40 shillings for the fabric made by a professional because the fitting had to be perfect. The 3 pairs of sleeves, 15 shillings total for fabric made by herself. The gown, inherited, so no cost, but maintenance supplies cost about 2 shillings per year. The coifs and hat, 6 shillings total. Added up, about £4, 3 shillings for her complete wardrobe, spread over several years plus ongoing maintenance costs. She's under budget. The remaining money goes to her husband's clothing and household linens. But here's what's important. Margaret looks respectable. She looks appropriate for her station. She doesn't look wealthy, but she doesn't look poor either. She's successfully navigating the complicated social signalling of Tudor dress on a working-class budget, and she's constantly aware of the sumptuary laws. She knows that velvet is forbidden to her. She knows that silk is out of reach. She knows that certain colours, purple, crimson, scarlet, are restricted. She doesn't resent this exactly, it's just the way the world works. But she pushes against the boundaries where she can. Those slash sleeves? Technically, slashing was associated with the nobility, but the laws didn't explicitly forbid it to her class, so she does it. It's a small rebellion, a tiny claim to fashionability, carefully calculated not to cross into actual illegality. Now let's look at someone poorer. John, a farm labourer in Kent. He earns about 40 shillings a year, less than 1/10 of what the shoemaker earns. His clothing budget is maybe 10 shillings for the entire year, for everything. He owns one shirt. One. It's made from coarse hemp linen blend, cheaper than pure linen. He washes it every 2 weeks because he can't afford the time or soap for more frequent washing. Between washings it gets progressively grubbier, smelling of sweat and field work. His hose are made from thick wool, knitted by his wife from yarn she spun herself. They're patched in multiple places. The knees wear out constantly from field work, and she repairs them over and over. There's more patch than original fabric in some areas. He doesn't own a codpiece. That's a gentleman's garment. His hose tie directly to his shirt, and modesty is maintained by a flap of fabric that buttons closed. Functional, not fashionable. His doublet is made from undyed wool, the natural brown-grey of the fleece called russet. Dyeing costs money, so he skips it. The doublet is padded but not with fine wool or horsehair. It's stuffed with straw. Cheap, available, and it works. The straw compresses over time, so every few months his wife restuffs it. The doublet is also where he's made a concession to fashion. He's cut a few slashes in the sleeves, crude, rough, not the precise cuts of tailored garments. Through these slashes, his shirt shows. It's an attempt at the fashionable look with zero budget. The slashes also serve a practical purpose, ventilation during hot field work. He owns no gown, no jerkin, no fancy outer layers. In cold weather, he wraps himself in a blanket-like cloak made from felted wool. In summer, he works in his shirt and hose, no doublet at all. His shoes, and this is important, are his most expensive possession. His wife's brother is a shoemaker, different family from Margaret but the same trade, and he gets them at cost. Even so, they represented 3 shillings, nearly a month's wages. But shoes are essential. Bare feet mean injury, infection, inability to work. The shoes are treasured, repaired constantly and expected to last 5 years minimum. For headwear, he's required by law to wear a woolen cap on Sundays and holidays. The 1571 cap law we mentioned earlier was specifically designed to support the cap-making industry and ensure that even poor men had one piece of decent headwear. His cap cost 4 pence, subsidised by the government to keep it affordable, and is the newest item he owns. John looks poor, there's no hiding it. But he looks employed, functional, not destitute. There's a huge difference in Tudor England between poor but working and genuinely destitute. His clothes signal that he's the former, worth employing, worth treating with basic respect. Now let's visit a merchant household, because this is where the trickle-down fashion economy gets really interesting. The Browns are cloth merchants in London, successful enough to employ servants, to own their house, to have social aspirations. Mrs. Brown faces a challenge. She wants to dress fashionably, wants her family to look prosperous, but she's acutely aware that she's not nobility. She has to signal wealth without crossing into forbidden territory. Her solution is quality over quantity and clever acquisition of noble cast-offs. She owns 4 kirtles and 3 gowns, far fewer than a noble lady, but each one is made from excellent fabric. She buys remnants from her husband's shop at cost, the ends of bolts, the pieces too small for noble orders, but perfect for her needs. Her most prized possession is a gown that once belonged to a countess. She bought it third-hand. The countess gave it to a lady-in-waiting who sold it to a second-hand dealer, who sold it to Mrs. Brown. The fabric is figured velvet, definitely too expensive for Mrs. Brown to buy new, but second-hand, affordable, just barely. She's had the gown completely altered. The original style was 5 years out of date, so she had a tailor recut it to current fashion. They took it apart entirely, reused the velvet for the outer gown, used the lining fabric to make a new kirtle. 2 garments from one, maximising the value of that precious velvet. But here's the clever part. She removed all the original decoration. The gold work, the pearls, the noble insignia, because wearing another family's symbols would be inappropriate, possibly even illegal. The velvet is anonymous now, beautiful but unmarked. No one can prove it was once noble unless they recognise the specific fabric, which is unlikely. Mrs. Brown also commissions new items, but strategically. She has new sleeves made frequently. They're the most visible part of an outfit, so they need to be current. But she'll wear the same kirtle for years, updating only the sleeves to make it look fresh. She owns a modest ruff, about 3 inches wide, which is respectable for her class. She has it professionally starched and maintained, spending about 6 pence per month on this. It's a significant expense, but it signals that she's keeping up with fashion, that she belongs in polite merchant society. Her daughters present a different challenge. They're of marriageable age, and their appearance affects their prospects. Mrs. Brown needs them to look attractive to potential husbands, successful merchant sons or minor gentlemen, but she can't afford to dress them at noble levels. Her solution is colour and youth. Young women can wear brighter colours than matrons, and bright colours are eye-catching without being expensive. She dresses her daughters in greens, yellows and lighter blues, colours that suggest freshness and vitality. The fabrics are good quality wool or basic silk, nothing extraordinary, but the effect is lovely. And she teaches them needle skills. Both daughters can embroider, can create their own sleeve decorations, can maintain their own wardrobes. This is partly practical, it saves money, but it's also part of their value as potential wives. A woman who can create beautiful embroidery, who can manage clothing effectively, is worth more in the marriage market. The merchant household also participates in the second-hand economy from the other side. They sell their old clothing down the chain. When Mrs. Brown's gown is too worn for her to wear, she sells it to her maid at a reduced price. The maid wears it for a year, then sells it further down. Eventually that countess's velvet gown might end up as altar cloths in a rural church, or as patches on a labourer's doublet. This cascading system meant that fabric and clothing flowed through society over years or decades. The same piece of velvet might touch royal skin, then noble skin, then merchant skin, then working skin, then finally end its life as rags. But every step of the way, it had value. It was never wasted. There's a wonderful court case from 1573 that illustrates this system perfectly. A servant woman was accused of theft because she was wearing a velvet kirtle that seemed too fine for her station. She defended herself by producing a complete chain of ownership. The kirtle was made for a duchess, given to a baroness, sold to a merchant's wife, sold to the merchant's daughter, given to her maid, sold to another servant, and finally purchased by the accused. 6 owners spanning probably 15 years across the complete social spectrum. The court accepted this explanation. It was entirely plausible, entirely normal. The kirtle had simply lived its life, moving down the social ladder one step at a time. Now there were people who tried to cheat the system, who tried to dress above their station illegally. This is where it gets interesting, because the authorities were watching. In 1586, a grocer's wife was prosecuted for wearing a silk gown with gold trim. She defended herself by claiming it was just yellowish thread, not actual gold. The court had the gown examined by guild experts, goldsmiths who could identify real gold thread. They confirmed it was genuine gold. She was fined £10, a massive sum, and the gown was confiscated. The confiscated gown was sold at auction, and guess who bought it? A merchant's wife who was legally entitled to wear gold trim based on her husband's recent knighthood. The same garment, now legal because the wearer's rank permitted it. The system was absurd, but it was also rigidly enforced when authorities chose to enforce it. Most of the time, small violations were ignored. The grocer's wife had probably worn that gown for months before prosecution, but the threat was always there. The possibility that someone would decide to make an example of you. For most Tudor people, though, the challenge wasn't avoiding prosecution. It was simply affording enough clothing to be respectable. The baseline was higher than you might think. Even poor people were expected to have Sunday clothes distinct from work clothes. To appear at church in your field-dirty doublet was considered shameful, disrespectful to God. This created real hardship for the genuinely poor. There are parish records of charity clothing given to paupers specifically so they could attend church without shame. The church wardens would keep a store of donated clothing, old but clean, worn but respectable, that could be loaned to those who had nothing suitable. And here's what strikes me most about all of this. Everyone cared. From the king in his cloth of gold to the labourer in his russet doublet, everyone understood that clothing mattered. Everyone made choices, worked within constraints, aspired to look better. The systems were different. The budgets were vastly different. But the underlying truth was the same. How you looked affected how you were treated, and therefore how you survived. So when we talk about Tudor fashion, we're not just talking about Henry VIII's padded doublets, or Elizabeth's ruffs. We're talking about Margaret and her detachable collars, John and his straw-stuffed doublet, Mrs. Brown and her strategic velvet purchases, the servant defending her second-hand kirtle in court. These people were just as much part of Tudor fashion as any monarch, and their ingenuity, their creativity within constraints, their determination to look respectable despite limited means, that's the real story of how Tudor people got dressed. Not just the ceremony and ritual of the royal court, but the daily practical decisions of ordinary people trying to navigate a world where your clothing could open doors or shut them forever. Now we've seen the complete picture. From the king's bedchamber to the farm labourer's field, from cloth of gold to russet wool. We've watched the morning ritual, followed the clothing through the day, witnessed the evening undressing, and understood how the system replicated itself at every level of society. But there's one final question we haven't answered. One last truth we need to examine. What did all of this mean? What was the point of this elaborate system of getting dressed? And when we step back and look at the bigger picture, what can Tudor fashion teach us about power, identity, and the human need to be seen? That's where we need to end this journey, not with more details about fabric or technique, but with the deeper truth about why any of this mattered at all. So here we are, at the end of our journey through the layers of Tudor England. We've spent hours together, walking through bedchambers, examining every thread, understanding every ritual. And maybe you're wondering, why did all of this matter? Why did they care so much about getting dressed? Let me tell you what I think the answer is. And it's simpler than you might expect. They cared because being seen was everything. In a world without photographs, without social media, without any way to project your image beyond the physical space you occupied, your body was your only canvas. The clothes you wore were your only broadcast. If you wanted to be remembered, to be respected, to be powerful, you had to make every moment of visibility count. Think about what we've discovered together. That groom of the stool who controlled access to the king's body. He understood that proximity to power required looking the part. Those ladies wearing cast-off gowns from executed queens, they knew that the fabric itself carried status, regardless of its dark history. That farm labourer with his straw-stuffed doublet and carefully cut slashes, he grasped that even the smallest gesture toward fashion could elevate his position. They were all doing the same thing, using cloth and thread and buttons and pins to say, "I exist, I matter, I deserve to be seen." And here's what moves me most. It worked. We're still looking at them. 500 years later, we're examining their portraits, studying their wardrobe accounts, trying to understand their choices. They achieved immortality through fabric. When Elizabeth commissioned that portrait with the 9-foot train, when she wore those enormous ruffs that made her face look like it was served on a lace platter, when she appeared in gowns so heavy she could barely walk, she was doing more than dressing for court. She was dressing for history. She was creating an image so powerful, so distinctive, that centuries later we'd still recognize her instantly. And it worked. It completely worked. But there's something deeper here, something that connects their world to ours. Because we still do this. We absolutely still do this. Every time you choose an outfit for an important meeting, you're performing a version of the Tudor dressing ritual. Every time you consider what your clothes say about you, you're engaging with the same questions they faced. Every time you felt that little boost of confidence from wearing something that makes you feel powerful, you're experiencing exactly what Henry VIII felt when his servants finished dressing him in cloth of gold. The technology has changed. The specific garments have changed. But the fundamental truth remains. We use clothing to construct identity, to claim space in the world, to tell others who we are before we even speak. What strikes me as I reflect on everything we've explored is the universality of it. The king and the labourer both understood that appearance mattered. They had vastly different resources, incomparably different options, but they shared the same basic knowledge. You are, to some extent, what you wear. And both of them, the king and the labourer, were trapped by this truth. Henry VIII couldn't appear in public without the full armour of royal dress. He was imprisoned by his own image, required to maintain the performance every single day. The labourer couldn't afford to replace his one doublet, was stuck with patched hose and straw padding, but still had to meet minimum standards or face social death. This system oppressed everyone just differently, but, and this is important, it also gave everyone agency. Within their constraints, people made choices, they expressed creativity, they found ways to signal individuality even within rigid hierarchies. Margaret with her detachable collars, Mrs. Brown with her strategic sleeve purchases, that merchant's wife defending her second-hand kirtle in court. These weren't passive victims of a fashion system. They were active participants working within and sometimes against the rules, using whatever resources they had to present themselves as they wanted to be seen. There's something almost heroic about that, don't you think? The determination to maintain dignity, to claim beauty, to assert identity, even when the system is designed to keep you in your place. And maybe that's the real lesson of Tudor dressing rituals. Not the specific techniques, though those are fascinating, but the underlying truth that getting dressed has always been political, has always been personal, has always mattered far more than it should. Because here's the thing, logically, rationally, clothing shouldn't matter as much as it does. We know this. We tell ourselves don't judge a book by its cover, and it's what's inside that counts. But we don't really believe it. We never have. The Tudors at least were honest about it. They didn't pretend clothing was superficial. They didn't apologise for caring about appearance. They built an entire social system around the truth that how you looked determined how you were treated, and they navigated that system as best they could. We're less honest. We claim we don't judge by appearances while absolutely judging by appearances. We say clothing doesn't matter while spending billions on fashion industries. We're living the same reality the Tudors lived. We've just gotten better at pretending we're not. So what do we do with this knowledge? What's the point of spending 3 hours understanding how a Tudor monarch got dressed? Maybe it's this, understanding that the performance is universal, that every era has its version of the farthingale and the ruff and the codpiece, those seemingly absurd garments that make perfect sense within their context, that we're all constructing ourselves daily, all making choices about presentation, all participating in the ancient human ritual of getting dressed. And maybe, just maybe, we can be a little kinder about it. A little more understanding when someone's outfit doesn't meet expectations, because we know now how hard it is to get it right. A little more appreciative of the effort people put into their appearance, because we understand that it's not vanity, it's survival, it's self-expression, it's the fundamental human need to be seen. I think about Elizabetha in her final years, still insisting on elaborate dress, still maintaining the performance even as her body failed. There's something both tragic and magnificent about that. She understood that the moment she stopped dressing as a queen, she'd stop being one. The clothes were holding her together, quite literally. And I think about that farm labourer with his one shirt, washing it every 2 weeks, making it last because it had to last. The dignity in that, the determination to remain clean, to remain human despite crushing poverty. Both of them, the dying queen and the struggling labourer, using cloth and thread to assert their existence, to claim their place in the world. That's what getting dressed in Tudor England really was. Not just a practical necessity, not just a fashion statement, but a daily act of self-creation. An insistence on being seen, on mattering, on existing in a world that was constantly trying to define you, limit you, categorize you. They fought back with fabric, with embroidery, with the perfect placement of a ruff or the strategic choice of sleeve colour. They fought back with black work that took hours to create, with pomanders that carried protective scent, with every layer carefully chosen and deliberately arranged. And they won. Not completely, The hierarchies remained, the inequalities persisted, but they won in the sense that they maintained their humanity, their individuality, their dignity within a system designed to strip it away. When we look at those portraits now, when we see Henry VIII with his massive shoulders and aggressive codpiece, when we see Elizabeth II in her architectural ruffs and impossible gowns, we're seeing the end result of that fight. We're seeing people who refused to be invisible, who used every tool available to make themselves unforgettable. And here we are, 500 years later, remembering them, studying them, trying to understand them. They achieved exactly what they set out to do. So maybe the next time you're getting dressed, maybe the next time you're choosing what to wear to something important, remember this. You're participating in a ritual that's at least 500 years old, probably much older. You're joining Henry VIII and Elizabeth II and Catherine of Aragon and Margaret the shoemaker's wife and John the farm labourer and all the countless others who've stood in front of their clothes and thought, what do I want the world to see today? It's a profound question, and the fact that we answer it with fabric and thread and buttons doesn't make it any less profound. That's what I've learned from this deep dive into Tudor dressing rituals. That clothing is never just clothing. That getting dressed is never just getting dressed. That these daily acts of self-presentation are how we negotiate our place in the world, how we claim our identity, how we assert our right to be seen. The Tudors knew this. They built entire systems around it, spent fortunes on it, sometimes died for it. And while we might not go to quite those extremes anymore, we're still doing the same thing, still playing the same game, still understanding that appearance and reality are so deeply intertwined that you can't separate them. So here's to the Tudors, with their impossible ruffs and their padded codpieces and their layer upon layer of carefully chosen fabric. Here's to their vanity and their creativity and their absolute refusal to be forgotten. They got dressed every morning knowing that it mattered, and they were right. Thank you for taking this journey with me, for spending these hours exploring every layer, every detail, every choice that went into getting dressed in Tudor England. I hope you've learned something. I hope you've been entertained, and I hope, maybe, you'll never look at getting dressed quite the same way again. There are so many more stories to tell, about Tudor food, about their entertainment, about their fears and hopes and secret lives. The Tudor world is endlessly fascinating, and we've only scratched the surface. So stay with me. Keep exploring. Keep questioning. Keep looking beneath the surface of history to find the human truths that connect us across centuries. Because those connections between us and the Tudors between now and then, those are what make history come alive. Those are what make it matter. Until next time, take care of yourselves. And remember, whatever you're wearing right now, it's telling a story. Make sure it's the story you want to tell. I'll see you in the next chapter of our journey through history, and trust me, what we discover next will be just as fascinating, just as surprising, and just as deeply human as everything we've explored today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening, and thank you for caring about the past as much as I do. Now go forth and get dressed like the masterpiece you are.